Thank you, everyone. We are resuming the meeting after our technical intermission. Council? Okay. You know what? That was my mic. I had turned it off. Okay. I can do a very quick recap. Is the sound on for everyone? Okay, we are back on. We've just concluded oral testimony for the second grouping and have heard from both the county and the department with regard to Umatilla County exceptions in the second grouping. And we have a question or comment from council for the county.
Thank you. Wendy Killington, again, representing Umatilla County. There were some gratuitous statements that were made by the department that...
Do you have a question about process?
No, I'm making an objection about the not in my backyard nature of the county's standard.
Okay, we have agreed that following the applicant's opportunity for a final conclusion, that the county may also address any final position. So I would ask you to sort of keep a record of anything that you wish to raise in a responsive comment.
All right, thank you.
So at this time, we can go to the next slide. I think to sort of simplify the process a little bit, maybe the easiest way for the council to think of the question that is being asked here is whether you accept or reject the exceptions presented by the county in this second grouping. I think maybe that's the easiest way to think of it. If you reject the exceptions presented by the county, that means that you are comfortable with and agreeing with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed contested case order. If you accept the exceptions or wish to consider whether some sort of change is in order, that's the other option, number 2. So any questions before we go through that accept or reject process? Councilmember, everybody has comments, so we can start with Councilmember Byer.
I just have a question. We should make a straw poll recommendation on each of the exceptions, not both together.
Okay.
Yes, I think that's cleaner.
I think that makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Devlin.
Question for Council Rowe.
And I'm going to remind you, sir, that you got to be your outside voice today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Closer, beat it. Tied up now. Something. For 21 years in the legislature, my role was to debate what the law should be in various areas. That's no longer my role. It wasn't my role when I served on the Northwest Power and Conservation Council. There I had to follow all applicable federal and state laws. And here I have to follow probably all federal and state laws also. But in a sense, I'm not here to say what the law should be. I'm here to say what I believe the law is. We have special advisory groups whenever we have a proposal like this coming forward. My limited understanding from my short period of time of service on this body is those are normally a governmental entity and most commonly a county, actually. Have we previously ever accepted as a required land use requirement something that wasn't required by the statewide goals? Meaning in this case, what the county is asserting is although this does not actually be one of the required things from the statewide goals that a governmental body would have to do, they have indicated in the special advisory group that this should be a required standard. But have we ever done that before?
I think it's certainly possible that we have. In this instance, the applicant pointed out to the department that they believed that the setback was not required. So because the applicant pointed that out, the department conducted that analysis and agreed with the applicant. But it's certainly possible that there are other ordinances that local jurisdictions have recommended, but the applicant hasn't objected. So the department, in deference to its partnership with the local governments, has agreed that they should be applied.
Thank you.
Councilmember Condon.
Thank you. I have a question of our council, and we've chosen to do this in public, and I am curious what council's counsel you considered the information, read through the documents, and can you just
Yeah. You know, my sense is that this issue of whether applicable substantive criteria, in this case, include criterion 3, has been pretty well vetted by the parties in the sense that there was extensive briefing. And as I read the ALJ's proposed contested case order, it seems to me to be on very solid ground as far as its basis in both the language of the statute and the Oregon Supreme Court case that confirms that it's important to read the whole language of the statute in the sense that the phrase applicable substantive criteria that you, the council, are required to apply are those that are required by statewide planning goals. At the end of the day, the standard that the council is applying, land use standard, requires you to find compliance with the statewide planning goals. As the materials presented by the department briefed, for better or worse, the Oregon legislature has developed this energy facility siting council to act at the statewide level, to process applications for certain energy facilities. That's what you're doing. The standard that has been established in the law appears quite clearly to be compliance with statewide planning goals. And when an applicant demonstrates that through compliance with applicable substantive criteria, those are the applicable substantive criteria required by statewide planning goals. So I guess I think you can have confidence in I certainly think that the reasoning in the proposed contested case order is on solid ground.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Howell, I don't want to put you on the spot, but and you can say, oh, not now. Patrick mentioned, council mentioned, previously we had dialogue about this when the former chair, Hanley Jenkins, was here. He comes from a land use background like you and Councilmember Byer. If I recall from reading, and let's all remember, this is a voluminous amount of information. So if I'm erring, I apologize. But I believe one of the comments summarized that you and Chair Jenkins held a similar position. Am I just, okay,
Right.
Thank you. It's just for me to remember what I was reading. So thank you.
Are there other questions?
Comments? Vice Chair Howe.
I just make a comment in that I have a long history in county planning, land use planning. And I know that according to the statutes, we have to adopt regulations that at a minimum apply the land use regulations that the state's requiring. counties can be more restrictive, but they can't be less restrictive. But in this instance, to me, the county is being more restrictive, but it's not required. It's at their choice. And what we have to apply is what's required by the statutes, and they have gone above and beyond that. So that's my opinion.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, council, I look at you now.
Yeah, I guess we'll go to exception B2. And maybe it would make sense to turn the slide back so that that is, can you go back? I think it might be 2 slides. Okay, so these are the 2 exceptions that we just heard from the county and the department regarding and have discussed. We'll take the first one, B2. And the question that I would pose for purposes of the straw poll is whether you're inclined to accept or reject the county's exception that you see there.
Do you want us to?
I think we are, yeah, in the spirit of the straw poll, checking in to see where everyone is. Is there anyone who's leaning towards accepting it or wishes to discuss that? Okay, so maybe we can just hear from each of you.
Vice Chair Howell?
I would reject B2.
Okay. That sounds like.
Councilmember By?
I also would reject B2, and thanks to both the parties for giving us their briefing.
Thank you. Councilmember Devlin?
I would reject B2 from the county, but I would also state for the record that I know that there has been this discussion. This is going into that other area I said is no longer my purview, is that I know there's been a discussion of having the statewide goals more effectively address siting of energy facilities. And I believe ultimately there should be some more authority at the local level that actually is implemented through statewide goals, but it is not actually there now. So we are limited to what is actually required by the statewide goals. So I will reject B2.
I too reject B2. Thank you.
These are-
Jordan, I reject.
Thank you, Jordan. And for the record, this is Marcy. I think that, I do agree with Member Devlin. I think we are seeing things because, I want state, to be split from government,
Relations yesterday, we met with
other things. So it's good, it's going to be the topic. Yeah, I appreciate the clarity from all parties.
Okay, and we'll pose the same question with regard to the county's exception B3. Anyone inclined to accept? Okay. Trying to streamline this. I don't usually run the straw polls, so I'm open to suggestions on that.
Want to go for,
It's good to hear from everyone. Yeah.
for the record. Okay, so Vice Chair Howell?
Yeah, I would reject B3 as well.
Thank you.
I would reject as well.
I would reject B3 as well, but just recognizing that this in no way undermines the role of the special advisory groups, which we rely on for advice on locally applicable criteria. So even though there would be a rejection of this particular exception, we as a council truly need, and the department does as well, the recommendations from the special advisory group.
Thank you. Well said.
Councilmember Devlin.
Reject.
Thank you. Councilmember Truitt,
Yep, reject B3.
Thank you.
and I too reject. And I do emphasize Councilmember Byers' comments.
Okay, I think if we move forward, yes, this is the third grouping. This involves 6 different exceptions presented by the county.
So on the timeline, we have scheduled for a break right now. However, I would recommend that we continue until we time out and maybe take a break at that point.
I think we all concur. In the room are shaking. Gordon, we're going to keep trucking through.
Power through.
Okay, proceed. Okay. So we'll move to what we've characterized as the third grouping of the county's exceptions that relate, they're all a little bit different, and we'll hear from the county regarding each of them. But they relate to what I characterized in my initial overview as the suspenders portion of the proposed contested case order, in which the ALJ concluded that even though, in her opinion, criterion 3 is not in this case an applicable substantive criteria, that it's prudent for the council to nonetheless have an alternative finding that the project does comply with statewide planning goals. And that portion of the statute, I think we'll hear from the parties. I'll let them direct you to which provisions of the statute relate to this in particular. I think in the interest of moving through this efficiently, it probably doesn't make sense for me to read all 6 of these, because we'll have forgotten what the first one said in its detail by the time we get to the 6th. I think our time is probably best spent hearing from counsel for the county regarding these 6 exceptions.
Thank you, Wendy Kellington, again representing Umatilla County. In order to understand these exceptions, you need to understand the 3 different scenarios about what standards apply that are in a particular statute that's summarized on your PowerPoint that has this particular exception called generally. And the 3 scenarios that we'll go over first are those of 469-5045, which is a state statute that tells you when you apply the goals directly and when you apply the applicable substantive criteria. The first one is if the governing body, the special advisory group, doesn't timely identify applicable substantive criteria, then EFSC gets to decide on its own what the applicable criteria are and determine compliance with some or all of them, or just apply the statewide planning goals. There's no dispute that one doesn't apply. The second scenario of 469-5045 is if a governing body, as here, timely identifies the applicable criteria, then EFSC shall apply them. The third is if a related or supporting facility, which has a specific statutory and rule definition, passes through more than 3 zones, so at least 4 zones, then EFSC can decide to apply the applicable substantive criteria the county's identified in whole or part, or the goals, based upon a variety of statutory factors. The PCCO says that applies, and the county strongly disagrees. So the main problem with this one is there isn't any related or supported facility that as defined in state law that passes through more than 3 zones. And so the PCCO incorrectly decides that EFSC can ignore the county's identified criteria under the third scenario because, related or supporting facilities will in fact pass through more than 3 zones. But the only claimed related or supported facilities that are asserted to trigger that third scenario is a very, very teeny tiny part of the UEC Cottonwood line. But that line only passes through 3 zones, not more than 3 zones. And then it's only a possible maybe alternate line that the proposed energy facility may or may not connect to. Note that the notice of intent said the project was going to connect to the BPA line to the Stanfield station, which is entirely in the EFU zone. There's no mixed zones to worry about. The idea of Cottonwood was actually added later to the application, and it is only that possible contingent alternative line that the PCCO claims can trigger the third scenario. So if you look at the images on the next 2 pages, you'll see that it's only the smallest segment of the site boundary of the alternate Cottonwood line that the facility might connect to that passes through more than 3 zones. The little black box on the first image shows the area we're talking about, and then the up close image shows the teeny part in red circles of the site boundary or the quote unquote analysis area that would happen in an additional zone. And that's how the applicant and the department and the PCCO gets to the more than 3 zones by saying, yeah, the line won't be there, but the site boundary, or the PCCO goes further, the analysis area, which is a site boundary plus a half a mile, gets you to 4. And so we get to count to 4, not based on the line, not based on any structure, but based on this analysis area or site boundary. But if you look at the PowerPoint, we define what a related or supporting facility is. We give you that 469-300 sub 24 definition state law provides. So this isn't hard. And what does it mean? It means a structure proposed to be constructed by the applicant or substantially modified by the applicant in connection with the construction of the energy facility. Well, the first problem is a possible alternate line that may or may not be connected to the facility doesn't meet that definition. And there can be no claim on this record that it's going to be the applicant who constructs or modifies the Cottonwood line if it's selected anywhere. Now, Odo, in its response to the county's exception, says, well, no, the evidence really shows that the applicant is going to substantially modify the Cottonwood line, but that's not true. What did the applicant tell us? The applicant said in its application for site certificate Exhibit B, and I quote it, page 4, under project description, upgrades and additional infrastructure to their network are expected to be handled by UEC, not the applicant. Exhibit B, page 16, from the northern substation, the project will either directly connect to the regional grid via UEC transmission lines that will be constructed, owned, and operated by the UEC. Now compare that to the statements in Exhibit B, page 4, regarding the Stanfield route, which they say will be, quote, constructed, owned, and operated by the applicant. And then at page 15 or 16, the applicant will construct a new 230 kV transmission line to BPA. In addition, as we cite in our exception, Exhibit K, land use, page 38, says that the section of the Cottonwood transmission line that we're talking about here, that maybe the project will connect to, will address UEC's general utility needs by providing an upgrade to UEC's existing utility system, and may also be available to other generation facilities for ongoing capacity needs. The statement that's cited by Odo with regard to a partnership with UEC is nothing more than an economic deal. But in terms of what the standard says, constructed by the applicant, no go. There's no evidence of that. Zero. Moreover, a site boundary is not a structure, and the fact that a small part of the site boundary is in more than 3 zones doesn't show that there's a related or supported facility that passes through more than 3 zones. If you look at the definition of a site boundary, it's the perimeter of a proposed energy facility, its related or supported facilities, and a whole bunch of other things. Temporary laydown, staging, all corridors, micrositing corridors proposed by the applicant. It is simply not possible to say with a straight face that there is a related or supporting facility that goes through more than 3 zones on this record. And similarly, there's an administrative rule for ODO 345.1.10.27 that says a related or supported facility means structures that would not be built but for construction or operation of the energy facility. The applicant has failed to carry its burden to demonstrate that the Cottonwood line would not be built but for the construction of the operation of the proposed energy facility. The preponderance of the evidence demonstrates that that line's going to be built regardless, including its upgrades. The PCCO claims the county had not provided evidence that the Cottonwood line would be built regardless, but I just read you a bunch that says exactly otherwise. I don't know why the ALJ would make that determination, but the record doesn't support it. If there are evidentiary gaps, however, that's not the county's problem. The county presented evidence from the applicant that it's not going to be constructing the Cottonwood line, and it's maybe not going to even use it, and the UEC is going to construct it anyway. And that means that there is at most an evidentiary gap, and that's an evidentiary burden problem. That's not the county's, it's the applicant's. And your obligation is to approve only if a preponderance of the evidence supports approval of site certificate, and the evidence just doesn't do that here. It also impermissibly shifts the burden of proof to the county, and that's just not right. Now, the PCCO also incorrectly relies on where's my stopwatch? On 469-504 1BB. This is complicated, so I hope you'll follow along. And I've also given you these statutory provisions and highlighted them. They should be in front of you. Hopefully it makes it a little easier. But they rely on 504.1BB to purport to override the second scenario of 469-504.5 that does apply here. Remember, 504.5 is the one that says if the governing body timely identifies criteria, EFSC shall apply them. This 1BB does not purport to make any part of 469-504.5 completely useless surplusage, as a PCCO determines. Rather, what 1BB, when read with 504.5, which is what your council told you you're supposed to do, and you read those together. Why? Because 1B and 469-504.5 have a place where they expressly go together, because 504.5 in the first scenario where the county doesn't identify criteria expressly talks about applying 1BB. That's the only scenario that does that. So when 1BB says pursuant to section 5, that you get to decide compliance with the applicable criteria of the county or the goals, it's talking about that first scenario that refers to that section when the county doesn't get around to identifying standards for you, which is not what's going on here. None of the other scenarios in subsection 504.5 refer to 1BB. They just don't, or C for that matter. And that means the PCCO errs in deciding that 1BB overrides the other scenarios posited in 469-504B or 5, which includes a second scenario that if if the governing body timely identifies the standards, you shall apply them. Therefore, because there's no dispute the governing body timely identified criteria, including the 2-mile setback, that means that second scenario applies. And the second scenario that doesn't refer back to this BB that the PCCO relies on expressly states the SEG shall timely identify the applicable substantive criteria and EFSC shall apply it. We've already explained why the third scenario doesn't apply. But here, even if if criterion 3 is ignored, it's impossible that the applicant carried the burden to demonstrate compliance with the goals because the proposal does not comply, at the least, with goal 2. And goal 2 cannot be rendered a disfavored child that we're just going to ignore. Goal 2 requires actions related to land use shall be consistent with the land use rules of cities and counties. Let me read that again. Actions related to land use shall be consistent with the land use rules of cities and counties. Thus, even if EFSC were to apply the goals directly, which is its responsibility, there's no hall pass on the goals. That's absolutely clear. The result is the same. EFSC must comply with goal 2, which requires compliance with the county's acknowledged land use rules. The legislature couldn't have been clearer. And that is, look, once we have acknowledged land use rules, you're going to apply them. And you're either going to apply them under one set of rules or you're going to apply them under goal 2, but you're going to apply them. There's no part of the EFSC process that is a superseding process. And contrary to Odo's claim, this 469-5046 does not relieve EFSC a responsibility to comply with all of the goals. It doesn't say anything about the goals. It simply says that EFSC is not subject to 197-180, which is the state agency coordination statute, or rules or programs adopted under 197-180. Well, I'll promise you that 197-180 is not a state goal, and the statewide planning goals are adopted by LCDC under a completely different statute, ORS 197-0402A, not 197-180. EFSC is only authorized to issue site certificates if facilities comply with all state planning goals per ORS 469-5034, and there are no goal carve-outs, not at all. There's another thing that informs that, and that is that there's this rule about how do we interpret statutes. You apply their purpose, policy, context, as well as legislative history. Well, the context is the requirement, the entire scheme that makes pretty clear that the applicable substantive criteria are the ones that are required by the goals, which includes a goal 2. And we've already talked about that, and you've had a straw poll against it. But the county feels very strongly that goal 2 made the county adopt the standard that it did. It went to an awful lot of trouble after many, many moons and months and years and LUBA appeals to adopt the standard. It was affirmed, and it was required to do so by goal 2. But there's also other context. 215-190 states, quote, no person shall locate, construct, maintain, repair, alter, or use a building or other structure or use or transfer land in violation of county land use rules. Where's there a hall pass on that? I don't see one. Further, this all further reinforces that the legislature intended EFSC to comply with the acknowledged local land use rules of counties in all but the rare situations where the county fails to timely identify them, or where there's a facility or related or supported facilities that pass through more than 3 zones. The interpretation of this scheme that the PCCO reflects makes all of that nugatory. I mean, why do we do any of this? Because we can always ignore what the Special Advisory Committee recommends, because there's never going to be a specific goal that says thou shalt, have a certain setback from wind turbines, or, thou shalt do whatever. That's never going to be the case. So the whole process, why did we even go through the hassle of adopting the statute 469-504 subsection 5 with this painstaking matrix of when you apply the county's criteria or the goals? Why bother? you're just never going to apply the ASC. Well, that can't be right. That isn't right. I've provided the legislative history that says that isn't right. The express text of the statutes and rules, plus their purpose, their policy, their context, their legislative history in the record supports the compliance with the acknowledged land use rules of a county, including Umatilla County, where there's an awful lot of wind, and so it should be able to chart its own destiny in all but the very narrow situations that do not apply here is what the legislature intended. So I have a conclusion, but I'll stop here. Thank you.
Nancy, how much time do we think we have for finding out? It's hard to say. Can we stop and reset it right now?
I think it's about 4 minutes.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
So maybe now's time for a 10 to 15-minute break.
We are going to take a 15-minute break.
Can I have you back?
Thank you, everyone. We are going to, in the time is now 11:15, so I will turn back.
okay. Thank you for the record. This is Aaliyah Miles. So I think at this point, having heard from the county on the group 3, 6 exceptions, we'll turn the floor over to counsel for the department.
Patrick Crowe, Department of Justice, on behalf of the Department of Energy. With regard to the Group 3 exceptions, A1, A2, B5, B1, B7, B6, I'm going to address the first 3 together, A1, A2, and B5. None of these arguments or exceptions matter if you agree with the ALJ's finding that the county's 2-mile setback criterion 3 is not required by statewide land use planning goals. I'm going to walk you through why that is. But briefly, it's because before analyzing whether the line passes through more than 3 zones or is a related or supporting facility, you must first conclude that the setback is required by statewide land use planning goals. Here, I'll refer you to the handout that I've provided. Looks like this. The first page is ORS 469-504. Pursuant to ORS 469-504, 1B big A. So it's about the 3rd paragraph down on that handout next to the big letter A. EFSC can determine that the facility complies with applicable substantive criteria from the local government's comp plan and land use regulations that are required by the statewide planning goals and in effect on the date the application is submitted. Council's land use standard, which we've addressed and is also in that same handout, says the same thing. To be an applicable substantive criteria, you have to be required by the statewide planning goals. In the proposed order, the department recommended that council find, pursuant to that subsection A, that big A, that the proposed facility complies with all applicable substantive criteria from Umatilla County's comp plan and land use regulations that are required by the goals, but that the setback is not required, is not an applicable substantive criteria because it's not required by the goals. That was recommended in the proposed order. Although not required to do so, in the proposed order, out of deference to the county, because the county had recommended the setback, the department also analyzed whether council could make a finding of compliance under big letter B in ORS 469-504 and 469-504-5. So let's look at those. And basically it's saying, let's assume that the setback is required by the goals. That's the big assumption. If you don't agree with that assumption, you don't even have to conduct the analysis, right? But again, out of deference, we said, we'll assume it is, we'll conduct this analysis. 469-504-1BB, okay, there again, it says, For a facility or related or supporting facility that must be evaluated against the applicable substantive criteria pursuant to subsection 5. Subsection 5 is when a county makes recommendations. If you find that the proposed facility does not comply with one or more of the applicable substantive criteria, but does otherwise comply with statewide goals, then you can make a finding of compliance and still approve it. Okay, say that it meets your land use standard. But you still have, you don't get there, as I mentioned, unless you find that it doesn't comply with an applicable substantive criteria. If the setback isn't an applicable substantive criteria in the first place, it's irrelevant. If you turn to subsection 5, so that's the next page, just to put further emphasis on it. Subsection 5 says, upon request by the Department of Energy, the Special Advisory Group shall recommend to the council, this is what I've highlighted, the applicable substantive criteria under subsection 1BA. Again, under 1BA, you have to recommend criteria that are required by the goals. In other words, again, the department was saying in the proposed order, even though we don't believe that the setback meets the definition of an applicable substantive criterion, we'll assume it does, and we'll run that analysis. And that analysis demonstrates that even if the setback were required by the goals, while some turbine locations will not comply with the setback, the proposed facility otherwise complies with the goals, so it can still be found in compliance under subsection B. These first three exceptions in this group, A1, A2, B5, focus on findings of fact and conclusions of law in the proposed contested case order related to 1BB, the big letter B, and ORS 4695045, including whether the UEC Cottonwood transmission line is a related or supporting facility, and whether the proposed line is located in the AB zone. The department analyzed those arguments in its briefs to the ALJ and also in its response to the county's exceptions. I'm not going to go into the substance of those now. I just want to emphasize that these exceptions, again, are not relevant unless you first conclude that the county's setback is required by the goals. If you determine the setback is not required by the goals, you can reject these exceptions on that basis. For that reason, the department respectfully suggests council reject exceptions A1, A2, and B5. Nancy, if you could put the timer up there, I'm sure I'm fine on time, but I'd just like to be cognizant of it. Thank you. Now I'm going to move to exception B1. This exception says, related to the exception of erroneous findings of fact, the PCCO misconstrues applicable law by shifting the burden of proof to the county. The applicant carries the burden of proof. The PCCO misconstrues applicable law by deciding that the county did not show that the Cottonwood line is not a related or supporting a facility. The burden of proving that fact belongs to the applicant. Our response to that is that the proposed contested case order correctly described the applicant's burden of proof and the county's burden as a participant in the contested case. The county disregards the burden that it bears as a participant in the contested case to present evidence to support positions that it takes in the contested case. Oregon law governing contested cases states, quote, the burden of presenting evidence to support a fact or a position in a contested case rests on the proponent of the fact or position. That's ORS 183-450 sub 2. Contrast that law. Okay, that's the overarching law that applies to all contested cases in Oregon, not just your contested cases. Contrast that law to the law governing the EFSC process, which states that for EFSC to issue a site certificate, an applicant must demonstrate that a preponderance of evidence on the record supports the conclusion that the facility complies with applicable standards adopted by the council. You similarly have a rule So what's the applicant's burden? Applicant's burden is when they're coming to you, they have to demonstrate by a preponderance of evidence on the record that they comply with the applicable statutes, administrative rules. Your rule simply repeats what's in statute. Nothing in your rule removes the burden of a party in a contested case to present evidence to support a fact or a position that they take. Nevertheless, the county contends that the proposed contested case order has impermissibly shifted the burden of proving that the UEC Cottonwood line is not a related or supporting facility to the county because the applicant has the burden of proving that. So the county's argument is tantamount to saying that a party in a contested case doesn't have to present evidence to support the allegations that they make because the applicant bears the overall burden to demonstrate compliance with applicable laws and council rules. That is not correct. The ALJ got it right. This is what she stated in the proposed contested case order. Neither applicant nor the department is required to disprove an opposing party or limited party's allegations and argument that applicant has not met a particular statutory or regulatory requirement or council citing standard. Rather, the party or limited party asserting a deficiency in the findings and or conclusions in the department's proposed order on the application bears the burden of establishing the claim or alleged facts. In the contested case, the county alleged that the proposed order was wrong to recommend council find that the UEC Cottonwood transmission line is a related or supporting facility. That's an allegation that the county made. Proposed order, you got it wrong. It's not a related or supporting facility. The county argued it's not a related or supporting facility because it will be upgraded regardless of whether the proposed facility is built and will serve a variety of energy facilities and projects. The ALJ pointed out that the county failed to provide evidence to support this allegation. That's not an impermissible shifting of the burden. To the contrary, the ALJ was holding the county to the burden that it bears under Oregon law to present evidence to support its allegations. The department respectfully suggests that council reject the exception B1 and confirm that the proposed contested case order correctly described the applicant's burden of proof and the participants in a contested case burden to present evidence to support positions that they take. I'm now moving to exception B7. The exception states the proposed contested case order misconstrues applicable law in determining that a motion for summary judgment determination is appropriate in favor of Odo and the applicant. Motion for summary determination is only appropriate if there are no genuine issues of fact and the applicant has carried its burden to demonstrate compliance with all applicable standards. Neither is the case here. The department's response, the ALJ deciding this case on summary determination was appropriate because there are no genuine issues of fact that would have merited going through a complete contested case. The county has contended in their briefs that there is a dispute over two issues of material fact, both of which pertain to its argument under that big letter B and 4695045. And again, these allegations are irrelevant if you determine the setback is not required by statewide goals. Nevertheless, I'll address them briefly. First, the county has contended that there is a dispute, as we've discussed, over whether the UEC Cottonwood line would be upgraded, regardless of whether the proposed facility is built. They say if it would be upgraded regardless of whether the facility is built, it may not qualify as a related or supporting facility. There's not a genuine dispute here. Among the evidence that the county provided is a portion of a passage from Exhibit K. When read in its entirety, the passage in Exhibit K is the application Exhibit K. The county quoted a statement in its briefs from Exhibit K. They did not, let me get that quote up. The county quoted a statement that the Cottonwood line would provide an upgrade to Umatilla Electric Cooperative's existing utility system. What they didn't quote from Exhibit K was the following. It says the applicant would partner with UEC to upgrade the existing distribution line to a 230 kV line. So that passage in Exhibit K does not create a genuine dispute over whether the UEC Cottonwood line will be upgraded regardless of whether the proposed facility is built. To the contrary, stating that the applicant would partner with the Umatilla Electric Cooperative to upgrade the line suggests the opposite, that the UEC line, Cottonwood line, might not be built if this project doesn't move forward. Therefore, in the proposed contested case order, the ALJ correctly ruled that the county has not presented evidence to support its contention that the UEC Cottonwood line would be upgraded regardless of whether the proposed facility is built. Second, in the briefs, the county contended that there's a factual dispute over whether the UEC Cottonwood transmission line passes through more than 3 zones. There is no dispute that that line passes through 3 zones, and that the micrositing corridor for the line includes a 4th zone, the AB zone. This dispute is not factual, but it's legal. The county contends that under ORS 4695045, when assessing whether a related or supporting facility passes through more than 3 zones in any one jurisdiction, it is only appropriate to consider the physical structure of the facility. The department, on the other hand, believes that actions associated with the development of the facility must be considered when assessing whether a facility passes through more than 3 zones. Here, development actions such as grading and clearing and storage of equipment would occur in the AB zone and would have to comply with the applicable code provisions within that zone. The department believes that because the physical structure of the facility coupled with the actions associated with the development occurs in more than 3 zones, it is appropriate to consider that the UEC transmission line as passing through more than 3 zones. The department respectfully suggests council reject exception B7 and confirm that the proposed contested case order correctly ruled there were no genuine issues of material fact that would preclude resolving the case on summary determination. Thank you.
So we have a little bit of a choice at this point. Counsel for the applicant and county have both requested a final opportunity to address all the issues. But we are right now sort of at the conclusion of having heard from these 2 representatives on grouping 3. I think it would probably be my recommendation that we go through some discussion of these exceptions and then turn back for a final discussion ahead of a straw poll, but I'm not sure what's your preference?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, so I think that for the council's consideration of each of the exceptions, that some of the, I think to do a little bit of orientation and grouping in the same way that the council for both the department and the county did makes a little bit of sense. We can probably address A1 and A2 together, but out that they're both up here. And I guess I would start by just asking whether you have any questions about what you've heard on this first one. Maybe I'll read it at this time just to orient us. The exception from the county is that the proposed facility would not pass through more than 3 zones, including Umatilla County's agribusiness zone. The PCCO finding of fact number 12 to the contrary is wrong and is not supported by substantial evidence. The record does not support the PCCO findings that conclude that the UEC Cottonwood transmission line is a related or supporting facility to the proposed wind and solar energy facilities. This is characterized as a finding of an exception to a finding of fact, just to provide that orientation. And
Buyer. Buyer.
Thank you, Chair Grail. Just a quick question. We have 6 exceptions under this, and several of them are dependent on whether or not we find that the setback is an applicable standard. So if we can tee it up to sort of think about if we find that it is not an applicable standard, do we need to make explicit findings on the individual exceptions? I guess is my question. Does that make sense?
yeah, this is complicated material. And I think that maybe what would serve us well as sort of an orientation is to kind of start by looking at the statute together for a minute, and then I'll try to place the exceptions into sort of the proper context. Okay, so I'm looking really at they're the same, but I'm looking at at this one which presents 469504. And just, at the highest level, I think it's worth kind of revisiting that the, proposed facility, I'm reading the very first sentence under subsection 1, shall be found in compliance with statewide planning goals if, and then initially right there are A, the facility has received local land use approval. That's one path that an applicant can take. That is not the path that the applicant took here. Sub B, the other path to compliance with statewide planning goals is if the council determines that, and here we have another fork in the road. The A, if the council determines that the facility complies with applicable substantive criteria from the affected local government's acknowledged comp plan and land use regulations that are required by the statewide planning goals and in effect on the date of the application is submitted. That is the sort, I'm going to stop there because that's the essence of it. That is one way for the council to conclude that, the council's conclusion that the facility complies with applicable substantive criteria meets this statutory provision. Here, the hearings officer, the ALJ, concluded that the criterion 3 of Umatilla counties is not an applicable substantive criteria. And this is what you've already considered in groupings 1 and 2, essentially, and that the project can be found, the council can find that the project does meet applicable substantive criteria. It's just that because criterion 3 was not required by statewide planning goals, it is not among those. Okay, so that is the first path that you've already considered. Then we go to B, the other path for the council is to determine that for an energy facility or related supporting facility that must be evaluated against the applicable substantive criteria pursuant to sub 5, that the proposed facility does not comply with one or more of the applicable substantive criteria, but does otherwise comply with the applicable statewide planning goals. And here, the hearings officer approach was to say, even if we were to assume that criterion 3 were an applicable substantive criteria, this project can be analyzed here under this large B provision because of the language in subsection 5. And by analyzing it under this subsection B, the council may conclude that even though it may not comply with that criterion 3, it does otherwise comply with the applicable statewide planning goals. The hearings officer order, as well as the proposed order, do analyze, and you probably saw this in reviewing the materials, the statewide planning goals and the question about whether they require this criterion, and concluded that they did not. So I just want to look at subsection 5 because that is sort of the hook for this second path to be the council's other finding. And the relevant language, I believe, begins sort of, it's not highlighted, but it begins if the special advisory group recommends. So I would say that the most important language starts here. If the special advisory group recommends applicable substantive criteria for an energy facility or a related or supporting facility that passes through more than one jurisdiction or more than 3 zones in any one jurisdiction, the council shall review the recommended criteria and determine whether to evaluate the proposed facility against the criteria recommended by the group, against statewide planning goals, or against a combination. In making this determination, the council shall consult with this special advisory group and consider a number of factors. So in the hearings officer's proposed contested case order, there's a fair amount, it was agreed with Odo's initial proposed order, which includes the reasoning to support consideration of all of those factors. It also includes reasoning that supports the path B approach. And I don't know if anyone has any questions about all of that. Let's just to pause for a minute. So I think that for purposes of revisiting the exceptions, the important thing to note is that this finding of fact that the county raises an exception to is relevant to the question of this path B, subsection 5, alternative way for the council to find that the project complies. And with regard to the fact, you've seen what was considered by the hearings officer and the hearings officer's conclusions. You've heard from the county, and I guess the question becomes whether you're we'll go through the first sort of quasi straw poll on this one of whether you are inclined to accept or reject this first exception on the finding of fact.
Buyer.
Sorry, my brain hurts a bit, but so we have a finding in the PCCO that says, no, this is not an applicable substantive criteria. We also have findings that say, even if it is a substantive criteria, the applicant has demonstrated that the project can meet the other statewide planning goals.
Exactly.
Okay. And then I get a little fuzzy when we get to this, but for if it crosses more than 3 zones, do we have to go there? And I, hearings officer did, but if there are findings to support the other 2 alternatives or structures to get to, this is how we're evaluating this, do we have to make a determination on that issue?
So I think that the best way to frame that is that, you get to ask yourself whether the proposed contested case order as presented is something you're comfortable with, or if something here, seems to suggest that there's a reason for a change. The question for this particular exception about the three zones, I think what I will do to sort of orient us all is read something that's kind of a reminder from, this is actually the Oregon Supreme Court Save Our Rural Oregon decision. And I think because we're lucky enough to have an Oregon Supreme Court opinion regarding the land use standard that addresses what the council's role in particular is, that just to put that context here and then come back to this. So, and this is in the proposed contested case order at page 25, the passage that I'm reading from. And what it says that I think is important for the council to keep in mind is, in short, I'm going to start halfway through the quote, the statewide land use planning goals establish broad policy objectives, while the applicable substantive criteria provide specific ways of implementing those objectives through local regulation. Because the local criteria are often more specific than the goals, an application for a site certificate may fail to meet the local criteria, but still meet the goals. ORS 469-504-1B, Big B, allows a comprehensive inquiry that requires the council to determine compliance with the most specific criteria that it can, local applicable substantive criteria where possible, findings of compliance with the statewide planning goals in the alternative, and exceptions to the goals if necessary. That scheme is consistent with the overall land use planning structure in Oregon. So within that context, the subsection 5 provides that where a project reaches a certain level of complexity, essentially, if it's in more than one jurisdiction, or if the project overall is going to cross through multiple zones to a point where the legislature wanted to give the council the option in the case where it's reviewing projects of that complexity to consider compliance through one of a few different paths. And what the hearings officer, what the department and then the hearings officer concluded was that here, because the project overall, and this is where my sense is that if the hard work has been done regarding the facts, this is your opportunity to ask questions about it. But I'm not going to question the conclusions reached. If the overall project is, a more complex project, it crosses more than 3 zones, and there are these different questions about related supported facility. I think that my sense is the hearing officer got that right. The ALJ got it right as to what should be considered a related supporting facility. But that because of that, the path of this subsection B, where the council has the discretion to say, okay, even if this project may not comply, and we'll assume, even though the prior finding was the criterion 3 was not an applicable substantive criteria, even if it is, this project can be found to comply with the land use standard because it complies with statewide planning goals. The council could even do a hybrid, but here, I think unless you've heard something today that makes you concerned that the statewide planning goals require something that, the project, if you were to conclude, and this is where counsel for Odo, did a good job of setting up, if you were to conclude that this setback requirement is required by statewide planning goals, that would support, a finding of non-compliance, because ultimately that is the test, that is the standard. Is there compliance with statewide planning goals? The ALJ concluded that statewide planning goals do not require the setback. Like the Supreme Court said, counties can be more specific. But essentially the council's role is to, try to comply with the most detailed, sensitive criteria. But then there is the path where ultimately, if it meets the statewide planning goals, that is a path of compliance. Okay, so here within this context, this is why you see the proposed contested case order making this factual finding about the zones. It's so that path B, big B, can be an alternative basis for the council to find compliance with the land use standard. Okay, so that being the context for this finding of fact, the county took an exception to it. I am a little bit unsure about whether, because we haven't had the final opportunity to hear from these two, whether we should hold and maybe turn to the next exception, and then do the straw poll after we've truly heard from everyone. That seem agreeable?
The head's nodding.
Okay.
This is Chair Grail. I think we should hear from them before we do our straw
Okay.
poll.
Yeah.
I know it means we have to track extra information, but I think that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. So let's then look at the next exception and put it sort of in the same context. Is it possible to, oh, there we go. Okay. The Cottonwood transmission line alternative is not a related or supporting facility to, do you mind going back one? Or I think it's lagging, perhaps. Yeah, thank you. Yes, back one. Okay, we are considering exception A, sub 2. The UEC Cottonwood transmission line alternative is not a related or supporting facility to the proposed wind energy facility or solar energy facility, and the county did cite evidence in the record establishing this fact. Again, this within that larger context that we just discussed, this matters. This was a finding of fact because the hearings officer path of, the alternative path of compliance through subsection 5, the threshold was this, is this project one of the more complex, that where the facility or a related or supporting facility in the application cross 3 or more zones. That's sort of why the hearings officer made this finding. You heard from both parties about the question of whether the transmission line is a related or supporting facility. I think the hearings officer got it right here, but I think that this is a good chance if you had any questions about what you heard from the parties about whether the UEC line is a related or supporting facility for purposes of that analysis under subsection 5.
Questions, comments? I will just say for the record, we hear about the term facility. It's in our, materials. We see it all the time. And I'm an extremely linear person and I work in the utility industry. So swapping back and forth between, hard things like a substation or a transmission line versus the analysis, it is it's hard for me to process the intent. We've had numerous conversations where, did construction mean because they started a road or threw down some gates or something? So I think it's just something that we continue to visit. And so I'm sensitive to it, but I understand where we are with it.
Okay, I think we can move to the next exception. So next slide. It's fine print. So this is exception B5. The UEC Cottonwood transmission line is not a related or supporting facility that passes through more than 3 zones as a matter of law. Closely related to what we just discussed. If you, depending how you conceive of what is a related or supporting facility, I think my sense of it is what you've already considered here, that an applicant proposes a project and it has various components, and that's what you're considering. And so I guess, does this one raise any different questions for anyone?
No.
B1, is that right? I think so. I'm going to read this one. Related to the exception to the erroneous findings of fact described in section 2A2 immediately above, the proposed contested case order misconstrues applicable law by shifting the burden of proof to the county. The applicant carries the burden of proof. The PCCO misconstrues applicable law by deciding that the county did not show that the UEC Cottonwood line is not a related or supporting facility. The burden of proving that fact belongs to the applicant. There is at the least a genuine issue of material fact regarding whether the Cottonwood line is a related or supporting facility. That means, as a matter of law, that summary determination on that issue misconstrued applicable law. This is, a bit of a separate issue. It's just a question of whether the hearings officer inappropriately shifted the burden. And I think I didn't hear anything that suggested that was the case. I don't know if anyone here has any questions about that. We will move to B7. The PCCO misconstrues applicable law in determining that motion for summary determination is appropriate in favor of Odo and the applicant. Motion for summary determination is only appropriate if there are no genuine issues of material fact and the applicant has carried its burden to demonstrate compliance with all applicable standards. Neither is the case here. Again, closely related to the immediately previous exception. Any questions? No. Okay. B6. The proposed contested case order determination that even if criterion 3 is an applicable substantive criterion, that the council is authorized to ignore it and approve the proposal anyway under ORS 469-504-1 little b big B, notwithstanding that the proposed facility does not comply with criterion 3, misconstrues applicable law. Any questions about that within the context that we discussed? Okay.
Thank you. At least on a couple of the other issues, you've added your thoughts and consideration after review. Could you do so on these last two that, what your feelings are about?
My take is that the hearings officer got it right here with regard to motion for summary determination. you know, I think what I understood the county to argue is that there was a question of fact that made motion for summary determination inappropriate, and that's true. I mean, if it were the case that a question of material fact could have made it inappropriate, but here I didn't see anything in the record that suggested that there was in fact that question, and that these seem like pretty clean legal issues. As the prior bullets showed, it's really the question of what is a related or supporting facility. Once you've decided what that is and which zones it cross, those are all questions of law, not fact. So I didn't see anything that suggested.
Thank you.
And the final exception raised by the county really relates to sort of the big issue with regard to the council's authority to make this alternative finding, that even if criterion B is an applicable substantive criterion, that the council can, through that big B pathway on this particular project that crosses more than 3 zones, if you take the definition of the facility as presented in the application, that it meets statewide planning goals. That this is the crux of what the county is taking an exception to, and I think got my perspective that I think the hearings officer and the underlying ODO proposed order both do a good job of supporting the council's reasoning in that sub big B path for finding compliance.
Thank you.
So I think that I think the thinking about what makes the most sense now is, unless we need a break for some other reason, to turn the floor back to counsel for the applicant and counsel for the county. Okay.
Okay, to continue.
Is there going to be a time limit set? I think it might be a good idea.
Yeah, I think that is a good idea. You proposed 5 minutes.
Tops.
So I think that sounds good.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair Drew, members of the council. Excuse me. Because of the comprehensive nature of the state's filing here in response to the exceptions, and because we have been tracking, not collaboratively, but tracking each other's briefs over a 9-brief cycle here, it's my interest to try to accelerate at least what we have to do here and move through this as rapidly as possible to bring this to a conclusion today. And I have just kind of a short presentation on kind of a broader context here, based upon the background of the statutory and Supreme Court authority, just to put this again in a little bit of a better context for council consideration. I appreciate Ms. Miles' statement that we are lucky to have the Sorrow decision. I argued that decision at the Supreme Court, so I do want to talk about it a little bit. And I also will acknowledge Councilmember Byers' concern about this being mind-numbing. In fact, in the Sorrow decision, the analysis of this starts off with the following language: cautioning the reader at the outset that this statutory interpretation exercise involves mind-numbing detail. We begin our analysis with the text of ORS 469-5045, which Ms. Miles just walked you through. So if your minds are numb, there's a reason for that. And the Supreme Court said that's okay. So again, just take some solace in that. I have with me, not to forget this, I have Matt Martin from Capital Power with me, and he's been very involved in this case. So as you know, this project has been pending for now 5 years. The exceptions process has taken about a year. The 5 years, I'm not blaming it all on the council, because in fact we amended the project halfway through to institute a solar facility with the wind energy facility. But it is just what it is. The issues here, in my view, are fundamental state issues, and there's a challenge not to the facts of compliance with the siting standards, but it's a challenge to the fundamental statutes and provisions and binding Oregon Supreme Court authority that unquestionably grants EFSC comprehensive authority over siting Oregon energy facilities. So by way of context, in 2004, some of you may know or have known Ed Sullivan. In 2004, I stood next to him in Klamath County arguing whether or not statewide goal findings are an appropriate avenue to resolve conflicting standards. He was my law school professor, and it was intimidating standing next to him for about 5 hours in Klamath County, hammering out the exceptions. He argued against the meaning of ORS 469.504, specifically arguing against the council applying it through the statewide planning goal framework. There, we argued over a somewhat complex statute. And in 2005, we argued the meaning of ORS 469.504 to the Oregon Supreme Court. There, in a unanimous decision concerning how to apply the statute, we established, and the Supreme Court established, foundational law that now really shapes every EFSC proceeding, and we have to be able to rely on it. The statewide planning goals are a foundation to Oregon's land use authority. Here, the local setback ordinance cannot bind EFSC because it is not based on or required by statewide planning goals. You've heard that many times today in many different ways. With the State of Rural Oregon case, we do have law, and it is unambiguous, and it does provide you this authority under the statewide planning goals. In nearly all of the county's exception arguments, the flaw is the same. The county simply disagrees with the law, and the county disregards its burden to prove that the setback is required under statewide planning goals. Instead, we have a pretty confusing and redundant series of arguments that are not based on plain, unambiguous statutory and Supreme Court authority. Hence, this is kind of an extension of further mind-numbing detail that was forecasted in the Sorrow case. But as Ms. Miles has indicated, and I just want to reiterate this, we are lucky to have Supreme Court authority. We are lucky to have a foundation of regulatory background and statutory framework that allows you to make these decisions with some certainty that you're making the right decisions under the law. And I have only 7 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Killington, representing Umatilla County. So the overarching issue here, the most important issue for you to keep in mind, is that there is no way this facility can comply with the goals if it doesn't comply with Goal 2. And Goal 2 expressly says that state agency actions regarding land use have to be consistent with local land use plans and implementing regulations. There is no way to get to yes if you faithfully apply the law. The case that you just heard about with regard to Mr. Sullivan and Mr. McMahon arguing at the Supreme Court completely supports the county's position. There is no Oregon Supreme Court on the facts here where you have a county governing body that sits down, goes through its code, tells you what the standards are, and you're being told to ignore their standards. There is no case on that. What Save Our Rural Oregon was the county governing body didn't get around to identifying standards. It's that first scenario. Let's go through very quickly what this piece of paper says with regard to those 5045 and the Big B standards. There are 3 scenarios. One starts out and says, if the Special Advisory Committee doesn't recommend blah, 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 then the council can apply the 1B or C rule that says you get to ignore the county's code if you want to. But the second one, so that first one, that's the one that was going on in Save Our Rural Oregon. The second one says, if the governing body tells you what their standards are, you apply it. You don't get to apply this Big B standard in that situation. That's what the law says. I'm not saying that. That's what the law says. And the last one is this more than 3 zones business. And I will tell you, you do not have to decide what a related or supporting facility is. And we agree, it's really important that energy companies have site boundaries to work in. But you are required to faithfully apply the law that says you don't get a hall pass on county substantive criteria under this third scenario, more than 3 zones business, if you don't have related or supporting facilities that are in more than 3 zones. And here there is no dispute on the record. There's Jedi mind tricks you can apply, but there's no dispute on the record that there is no related or supported facility as state law defines that term in more than 3 zones. Absolutely not. What you heard is there's a site boundary or an associated area, but that is not what state law defines to be a related or supported facility. State law says it has to be a structure, and there is not one structure that is in more than 4 zones. So you can't get to yes on applying the goals, because the goals tell you you got to comply with the acknowledged comprehensive plans of the county. You can't get to yes on the ASC, the standards that the county has recommended, because the law doesn't say that you can, pick and choose the goals that you want to decide local governments are implementing. No, here there's no dispute on the law that Goal 2 told the county to adopt this very regulation. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. It's required by the goals. It's really not possible to make a good faith argument otherwise. And so it's an applicable substantive criteria that there's a 2-mile setback, and we have an objection to the claim over here that it's just a NIMBY measure. No, it is not a NIMBY measure. It's a decision that the county made based on evidence that was presented, scientific studies that were presented, that in Umatilla County, they're going to protect property values, people's health, all these things. There's going to be a 2-mile setback, and most facilities can seem to meet it. This one seems to be having a problem with it. But the point is that you can't collaterally attack the wisdom of the governing body after going through what Goal 2 told them to do to adopt this 2-mile setback based on evidence in the record. The 2-mile setback went through LUVA back and forth. It's been affirmed. It's not a NIMBY measure. It's the real deal. It's important. And so to wrap this up, you can decide for, the PCCO and all of that, if that's what you want to do. But if you're going to apply the law, you're not going to, because the law doesn't support that PCCO, and we would ask you not to. Thank you.
Since my other council both made comments, I'll make just a couple quick comments. I certainly won't go for 5 minutes. Essentially what the county's arguing is if we recommend it, you have to apply it, right? Disagree. That's not what the law says. Goal 2, maybe their setback is in compliance with Goal 2, but it's not required by Goal 2. And what the law says is that you need to apply the local criteria that are required by the goals.
Okay, thank you all. I think having heard the oral testimony from all parties and had some discussion and questions, that doing a straw poll on this group 3 set of exceptions makes sense. I don't think we want to go through listing each of them again. It might be most efficient to start based on kind of where we left things, with asking whether any of the council members have an exception here that they accept, or on the contrary, if you reject them.
Vice Chair Al?
I don't have any exceptions that I would accept. My logic is, if the setback's not required by the statewide goals, then it doesn't apply. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter whether it crosses multiple zones, 3 zones. If the county setback isn't required by the goals, then must reject the exceptions. So that's my bottom line.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilmember Byer?
Thank you. And I would concur with Counselor Howe. Goal 2 is a foundational goal, and I think I agree with the Odo counselor that it just doesn't require this activity, this setback requirement. More credit to Umatilla County for adopting it, but it doesn't apply to it doesn't directly apply to our process. It just doesn't. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Devlin?
Oh, yes. I would concur with the 2 counselors that spoke before me, and also would want to state for the record that because of this ultimate underlying basis, that we can only impose those requirements required by the goal in terms of specific standards. There are some of these exceptions which I do not have adequate evidence to say whether this is a part of the facility, whether this goes through 3 zones or 4 zones, because actually that whole argument is moot at this point. Once you've made the decision that you can only apply the standards that are required by the underlying goals, then these other questions are moot. I don't see any reason to decide based on each exception in that case.
Thank you. Councilmember Condon?
Thank you. I concur with the counselors who have spoken so far. I can't get there for the exceptions. So
Thank you. So for the record, this is Marcy Grail. As I stated, I have things that I question, but I do want to be clear. You have council members who are representing all over parts of Oregon, and I think we all take our responsibilities really seriously. I'm a very literal person. I've read documents and I can't get past what I've read. I've listened. It's compelling arguments, but I agree with the rest of the council. Thank you. Jordan had to step away. I don't believe he is with us now. Thanks for reminding, but the last text I got, he had popped away.
Just confirming so I can make the note. So for all of the group 3 exceptions, you're essentially going with number 1. You agree with the hearing officer's findings and conclusions in the proposed contested case order. I'll make note of that.
So I think at this time we can go to the next slide. And this is the proposed order review, at which point I hand it back to department staff.
So it is 12:17. You can either have Kate come up and go through the last kind of portion of this, or we can take a break and get lunch and come back. Just depends on what the council wants to do.
How are you all feeling? Did I hear take a break? I've heard take a break.
Sandwiches. We did do this as a working lunch, so in time to grab sandwiches, eat a bit, but feel free also to be eating while Kate is presenting the next one. So however much time you want to take to do that is your choice.
Recommendations on time?
10 or 15.
10 or 15? What's your pleasure? Let's go with 15. We could take a minute. So the time is now 12 18. Oh, goodness. So if we could come back at 12:33, that would be great. Thank you. All right, thank you. The time is now 12:33 and we are going to resume our meeting. We have Kate Sloan back ready to continue on. Kate, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Grail and Council. For the record, this is Kathleen Sloan, Senior Siting Analyst for Department of Energy. And I am resuming our review of the proposed order of the Nolan Hills Wind application for site certificate. So we're on agenda item 1B. And I'm going to pick up the review of the proposed order under the land use standard with a couple of caveats. Next slide. So in the comments received from council on the draft proposed order, we had two issues identified. One was the goal 3 exception for the solar facility. It's more than 12 acres in an EFU exclusive farm use zone. And item number 2 was the Umatilla County 2-mile setback, which was the subject of contested case, and council has just reviewed all of that. So I'm not going to cover that topic in my presentation. I will just focus on the goal 3 exception, as this was not the subject of the contested case. Next slide. So just as a refresher, the proposed facility would include up to 1,896 acres for a solar PV photovoltaic energy generation components, a battery storage system, and associated roads. The solar components would impact over 12 acres of high value and arable farmland, and for that reason required that council take an exception to the statewide policy embodied in goal 3 for agricultural lands in order to be sited in the proposed location. So this was part of the request to hold the record open, and during council's review in May of 2022, and the applicant submitted additional information on June 15th, and council reviewed that information when they resumed their review of the DPO on June 24th of 2022. And in the draft proposed order, the department had recommended that under the reasons exception, which tends to be what the goal 3 exception falls under in our process, that the applicant had met 2 reasons, one being minimal impacts to agriculture, and the other one was local economic benefit. However, we did have council comments received that questioned whether or not there had been enough evidence in the record to support a third reason, which was locational dependency. And that is the basis of the additional information that the applicant submitted in 2022, and also the basis for additional findings of fact that we included in the proposed order. So in the proposed order, we proposed additional findings of fact. The department, oops, next slide, please. I don't want to get too far ahead. Okay, so this map here shows the fact that it's all in exclusive farm use. And then the goal 3 exception area is that yellow area included in the smaller map on the right, which is the footprint of the solar facility. Next slide, please. So based upon the comments that we received and also the additional information submitted by the applicant, we did, as a department, make some changes from the draft proposed order in the proposed order to add additional findings of fact to support locational dependency as another reason for the goal 3 exception. And based upon that information, there's a couple of things that we incorporated into a new recommended condition. Next slide. And it really has to come down to the fact that the solar facility, the proposed solar facility that requires the goal exception, is in close proximity to both roads and other infrastructure that would support a finding that this location for the solar facility was cited and selected in support of the wind components. And one of the comments that came from council had to do with wanting assurances that if the goal exception was approved, that the wind components would be constructed as well. And it wasn't just a way to get the solar facility approved. And so how the department recommended we achieve that is really in subpart B of this new recommended condition, which is on the next slide, which basically requires the certificate holder, if council approved the goal 3, to demonstrate that it would construct what we estimated to be a minimum of 50 megawatts of a turbine string, and it's the 16 turbines, I believe, that were in closest proximity to the solar area that needed the goal exception. So in this subpart B, it says if commencement of wind energy generation components will occur more than 12 months after solar energy generation components, certificate holders shall submit to council for review at a regularly scheduled council meeting, facility design documents and executed contracts, example given, construction contract, power purchase agreement, or other evidence that demonstrates to council satisfaction that the turbine strings with a minimum of 50 megawatt generation capacity will be constructed in close proximity to the solar site, and that the wind and solar facility components will share the northern project substation and any existing roads during construction and operation prior to construction completion deadlines. And this was additional information provided by the applicant and in response to comments made by council. So based upon that new recommended condition, we felt that in our proposed order, we made that new finding of fact. We supported it with a new proposed condition that we just reviewed, and feel that that satisfied council comments and demonstrated that the facility could also add that third reason to the other 2 reasons that council had accepted as being met for the goal 3 exception. So at this point, I believe we're back at the straw poll or discussion, but it looks like Cindy might have a comment or a question.
London.
Thank you. So, I like the addition of this. I just had a hard time putting together how this is work. It's pre-construction, and so there's some thought that okay, we're gonna add wind later after 12 months, and so can you kind of go through how the timing would work, like in the 11th, when is the presentation at a regularly scheduled council meeting? Could it be 5 years? 5 years from a date? I was not certain that construction absolutely would be done. Or could it just be kept?
Well, if you go back one more slide, Nancy, I think maybe the opening language of this condition might satisfy your question. I'm not sure that it will, but at the okay, it's being pokey. Okay. So that kind of preamble to the part A and part B, I think might answer your question because it does say prior to construction of the solar components, the certificate holder shall document that the turbine strings will be constructed. So I think the way we framed it was it is conditional that they both have to happen. Now, whether one gets built before the other, I thought that there might be some more flexibility in the timing of the construction schedule. But prior to construction of any solar component, they have to demonstrate that they're prepared to construct these 16 turbines at a 3 megawatt capacity, not to exceed this 50 megawatts.
So if I can follow up on
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
So given that there's no time constraint, could the applicant or submit something that said, yes, we're going to have this facility and it will be 15 years out? Or is there, it just wasn't clear to me that there's a timing constraint for construction. And that when do you have a power purchase agreement or the evidence that that for the wind component? Does that make sense?
Now, I understand your question. I'm not sure. I'm going to let Sarah jump in here and help me out.
This is Sarah Esterson, Senior Policy Advisor for the Siting Division. Council is obligated to establish construction commencement deadlines for the facility and a completion deadline. So and I don't know, do you have the ability to go? I don't want to throw you off. I can find it. I wanted to verify what their time frame is, but traditionally you have 3 years from the start and then 3 more years to finish. So the time frame of this condition is within that window as a start, but it's still a pre-construction requirement. So bringing it back to council would be prior to construction of wind. Are you trying
So
to clarify how quickly after they get these documents
Yeah.
in place would we come?
Well, so just given that construction needs to be completed within 3 years, let's say, does that mean that both the solar and wind would have to be completed within the 3 years? Is it complete?
Right, that
Okay.
their final design, whatever is their final design, they have to be done. They don't have approval for everything in it if they go past that deadline.
Okay, thank you. I think that does the trick for me.
Okay,
Thanks.
great, yeah. Nope.
For buyer?
So I think what we've seen in the past is that triggers an amendment process if they need to go beyond the 3 years. So this relates pre-construction to letting us know what they're doing, the 3-year periods, and then the opportunity to come in with an amendment if more time is needed. And this condition doesn't change any of that. Good, thank you.
Councilmember Devlin?
Doesn't have any bearing on my decision, but just so I understand some of the aspects of this. When you say 50 megawatts of wind, are you referring to the nameplate capacity of the units? Okay, not the actual. Okay. If sometime in the future, I don't know if this is even theoretically possible, but given the footprint of this site, if that's all they ever actually develop is the solar and the 15 megawatts, if they were to choose to sell a portion of this site to someone else. Could that be done without council approval?
For the record, Todd Cornett, no. So ultimately, if they wanted to split the site certificate into two site certificates, they would have to come in for an amendment to do that.
Okay,
So they could certainly, I mean, if they wanted to, they could market a portion of it to somebody and market a portion of it to somebody else. That's a business decision that's not related to council's jurisdiction. But if they if they wanted to break the facility and have separate owners, they could not do that without council approval.
okay, okay, thank you.
Right. But it's if they weren't to develop facility infrastructure in the full footprint that council would be approving, I mean, there's nothing that precludes another developer from coming in and working with those landowners to develop or otherwise. Assuming they get a permit, of course.
That's all the questions at this time.
Okay, so I think we are back at the straw poll component. So if you can, yeah, there you go. So once again, you have two options in front of council. One is to agree with the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed order for the land use standard for the topics that I've covered, or indicate any specific changes in findings of fact, conclusions of law, or conditions of approval that you require.
Yeah, so same as before, we don't have to do a formal motion in second. We can just sort of a voice acknowledgement if you agree with one, or if you want two, and then what changes you would be making.
Sure. I would support option one. I agree with the findings of fact and the conditions, the revised conditions. And thanks to staff and the applicant for fleshing out the goal 3 exception language. That's very helpful. And I think it gives us a good template to work from in the future. So thanks.
Cindy Conan, and I agree with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the conditions of approval as presented here. Thank you.
Vice Chair Howe. Thank you.
The same.
And Jordan Truitt still.
Jordan hasn't been able to.
Don't see him back.
Okay. Madam Chair, before we let Kate go, I just wanted to confirm. So on the proposed order, not the proposed contested case order, but the proposed order, taking 2 straw poll votes, organizational expertise, and the portion of land use not part of the contested case. As Kate had mentioned earlier, obviously there are a bunch of other standards. We did not raise those, but we want to make sure that you have given the opportunity to raise any questions, express any concerns on anything else in the proposed order before we move on to the next stage.
I see head shaking negative, so I. Thank you very.
Okay. All right.
So next on the list is possible material change hearing. So having taken the straw polls, there was only one change in the proposed order related to the organizational expertise, and that was changing the would to a will. I've made note of that, and I will defer to Councilor Rowe to advise the council whether that constitutes a material change or not. If it does not, we do not need to hold a material change hearing. If it does, we will need to hold a material change hearing.
I would not consider that to constitute a material change. We look at material changes as something when you're changing an action recommended. So for example, if you there was a condition that you were adding or significantly changing as far as what the site certificate holder has to do, we'd consider that a material change. If the department had recommended finding compliance with a particular standard and you recommended not finding compliance with that standard, we'd consider that a material change, but this does not rise to that level.
Okay, and I see our, so nodding her head as well. We got double help of.
So Madam Chair, that takes us to then the final number 5 on the sub list of this agenda item, which is the hearing to adopt the final order. You have motion language on there, and really it's up for you to deliberate and decide if you want to make a decision to approve, modify, or reject the request. And if you approve it, you would issue a site certificate. I think this one is going to be. Can we do a mic check? I just got a note that they're not able to hear.
Oh, no.
Okay,
So
uh,
yeah, it's Chase. Chase, can you let me know? Okay, yeah. So he's saying that works now.
okay,
Must have been just the proximity of the microphone.
It's
Thank
also
you.
just cutting in and out.
Yeah. Okay.
all right. So Vice Chair Howell is prepared to make a motion.
Secretary Cornett, do I need to make mention of the one word change? Would
You can make the motion and say with the following change, and I can read the following change.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move that the council approve the proposed order and proposed contested case order on the Nolan Hills Wind Power Project as presented by staff and legal counsel as council's final order and issue a site certificate with.
As indicated during the organizational expertise overview in the straw poll, I don't have the exact citation, but I have the language and I'll read that into the record. It's a bullet point and it reads, Capital Power Corporation as the parent company to the LLC is the entity that, and it would strike the would and replace it with will, fund the construction, operation, and retirement of the proposed facility.
Thank you. So we have a motion. Councilmember Condon. Thank you. We have a second of the motion. Any further deliberation? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Richard Devlin. Kent Howe.
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Marcy Grail.
Yes.
Ann Byer.
Yes.
Motion carries, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would just like to take a moment and say, on behalf of the council, first, thank you to staff for doing a diligent job to get things ready. We appreciate the parties to the case, but I would like to especially acknowledge the public and members of the Umatilla County Commissioners who showed up. We all have an opportunity in some instances to participate in processes like this. And it means a lot to us, not that we don't pay attention when people submit things in writing or participate virtually, but the fact that you were here, it gave us an opportunity. And I know many of you spoke to us on breaks and things. So we appreciate your presence. And Ms. Miles, thank you for stepping in and helping us get through, which, you know, as you stated earlier, when you're not living it daily, it can be challenging. So again, thank you to staff and everyone for participating. All right. Our agenda says we are having a short break, but being that we just had a break, I would presume that everyone is okay to continue on. Councilmember Condon?
Thank you. I just also wanted to thank the applicant for being responsive and really taking comments seriously. I think we got to the kind of the finish line. So thank you for your participation and certainly response to the requests.
Thanks for picking up my miss there. That I apologize for not acknowledging y'all, especially flying all the way from Boston. So thank you. Thanks, Cindy. Okay, so we are not going to take a break, and that means we are on to agenda item H. And this is, you'll excuse me for one hot second. I was asked why I have recused myself. So we're going to move on to the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line. This is going to be a possible EFSC review of the draft proposed order on Amendment 1. We will have Kellen Tardy-Weather, the senior siting analyst, ready to provide a presentation on request on the draft proposed order on request for Amendment 1 for the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line. I've previously recused myself, but for the record, I want to be clear. This is Marcy Grail, and I do not intend to vote on any energy facility siting council actions relevant to the proposed Boardman to Hemingway transmission line. I was employed by Pacific Power from 2001 to 2006. I have no financial interest in Pacific Power, PacifiCorp, or any related entity. However, as a condition of my accepting appointment to this council, I agreed to recuse myself from voting on any projects owned by PacifiCorp. Given Pacific Power's involvement with the proposed Boardman to Hemingway transmission line, I will be recusing myself from voting on any matters requiring council action on this project, and thus I am turning the floor over to Vice Chair Howell to continue. So thank you.
When you're ready.
Testing, testing, testing. Is that good? Can you hear me? No, not really on.
It went on for a second. I saw the light.
Okay.
Want to pass this over.
Hello? Okay, testing, testing. Okay. Now it's on? Yeah, I think battery change might be good.
Here's another one.
Hello. Testing, testing, testing. Better?
Yep.
Okay. All right. For the record, Kellen Tardy-Weather, Senior Siting Analyst, Oregon Department of Energy. Just give me a moment here. I'm going to be transitioning. I'm going to be sharing my computer screen here. And I hope that this works well. Who knows? Just give me 1 second here. We have a couple just, administrative updates. Does it really sound like it's on? It does? Okay. So the record closed this morning at 10 o'clock as per what we discussed and council granted last evening of giving Idaho Power an opportunity to respond to comments received on the record by 10 o'clock this morning. They did. Those have been provided to council along with all comments provided on the record. For those in the room and on the webinar, all of the comments are up on our project comment docket, and all of the recordings of the hearings thus far are available on the department's webpage. Similarly, after today, we will load the recording from this council meeting up on the webpage. I originally, when we provided and posted this PowerPoint and staff report online, I had kind of lined out the organization of the PowerPoint was really kind of mirrored that of the staff report, and it was really to kind of go through each council standard. as kind of we are just going to pivot and just be adaptive and responsive to what has happened in the last couple days, which I want to be I'd make an extra thanks for everybody who provided comments, and I miss Irene Gilbert, who came in person, and the other folks to the hearings. Your participation is really valuable to us. So we are just going to kind of pivot. My goal today is to go through kind of using what Idaho Power provided in their responses to DPO comments. Was it like in a table format that pretty much takes verbatim what the comment was and then their response. And so we're going to kind of use that just to kind of guide what we're going through. But then myself and Sarah Esterson are going to kind of peel off to talk council through some of our changes. So I'm going to try to toggle through. I think I'm just going to abandon the PowerPoint and just pull up relative documents to guide the conversation today. So okay. So that said, pardon?
Yes, Councilor Devlin.
I just want to clarify for the record that the comments that we received yesterday, I've had a chance to at least peruse through those. And of course, the responses from the applicant, we all received this morning, but I have not had a chance to look through those. But I just wanted to clarify that we're not being asked to make any decisions today. And I would anticipate that ultimately this would come back for a council decision, probably potentially at the second day of the meeting in August.
So for the record, Todd Cornett. So the step in the process that we're at now is council's review of the draft proposed order. So functionally what that does is it allows council members to review what staff had drafted in the draft proposed order. So findings of fact, conclusions of law, conditions of approval, allows you to evaluate any comments that are on the record, which we just talked about. And then functionally, then your role is to provide any comments to us. Any comments, any direction, so that's why, Kellen had indicated, rather than going through the PowerPoint, rather than going through kind of, step by step, all of different standards, the focus is going to be primarily on the comments that we received and sort of an overview of that. And the idea is that we're soliciting then your thoughts, feedback, if you have any. You're not required to have any. You're not making a decision today. There's no vote that's necessary. But the next step is we take those comments, whether you conclude today or at a future date, we will take all of your comments and everybody else's comments and make changes to those findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the proposed order. And that's what then anybody who, excuse me, commented on the record could make a request for a contested case to challenge those at a future. So I think we'll get through, today where Kellen and Sarah are doing the presentation, and then I think we'll sort of hit a point to say, are you good? Are you done? Or do we need to continue this, during a special meeting we do online or, at the regular August meeting? So I think we can kind of see how far we go and how comfortable you are with the information that's available to you.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify too, though, that the council itself is not limited to commenting today, correct?
Well, you are, again,
I
unless,
mean, it would be desirable, but we would
No.
not be prohibited from
No.
having comments after we've had more time. to
absolutely
review
not.
the
So,
materials.
but we can't, we would move forward even after today on working on the proposed order. But if you say, okay, we're done today, we're not going to give you any more comments, then that's sort of the universe. You could also say, we've gotten whatever 75% done, but there's still 25% that I'm not comfortable. I haven't had a chance to review. We want more time to review that material and provide potentially comments. That's when we would then try to establish when that's going to happen. So you are
Okay.
absolutely not required to conclude this today. You can, but you're not required to. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, for thank you, Secretary Cornett. Let me just attempt. Okay. All right. What I have pulled up on my screen here is the staff report, right? So what we do when the department drafts the draft proposed order, which Councilmember Devlin, just to kind of reiterate what Todd said, the draft proposed order it's really just a draft. It's a cut of what we're seeing, what the department is seeing, and recommendations. And that's really why we put it out to the public and for agencies to comment on, because we want people to, it's kind of like fact checking, help us see if did we miss something. And so what we do, functionally or visually, the next step of what we do and what the information we take from the comments and responses on the record and from council input at this step right now, because the record is closed, but council can provide us feedback, direction of what you would like to see going forward. And what that functionally looks like in the next document is we then do any changes from the draft proposed order to the proposed order in track changes or red line. So you'll easily be able to go through the document to see, okay, that's how staff responded to this, et cetera. So that's functionally. So I did want to pull up because it is interesting. The draft proposed order is, a couple hundred pages, which is a little bit hard to see on my screen here. And then we boil that, a couple hundred pages to help council prepare for the council meeting into a 17-page staff report. But this may be a good place, since I'm kind of abandoning the previous go through every standard. This may, if council just wants to, because council's the DPO, but to remind yourself of kind of like the major highlights from each section, you could go here. So as I said, we're pivoting. We're going to focus our presentation today on the comments, responses, and kind of those sections. But if council had if you had flagged things like under a certain standard or have comments, totally can go there too. Today's all about the entire draft proposed order. So, but I did want to highlight that the staff report kind of boils it down, and then a presentation boils it down, but we are moving away from that. And now, is this going to work? It's like I'm sharing my wrong screen. Let me try. Sorry, guys, or folks, rather. I'm gonna try this. Too bad Tom left. I feel like this is a Tom question. Okay. Good old Tom. Yeah. Just administratively, I'm trying to figure out which screen to share that then I don't have to change screens. Does anybody know that answer? Right, because you have all of these. And so one where you could pull up, you don't have, no. Okay, great. That's right. Bear with me. Everything's great. Great. Okay. All right. So presentation overview. I also want to mention that we have Joe Stipple from Idaho Power, the certificate holder, here in the room representing the certificate holder. I'm really going to kind of go because a lot of this front end overview is very similar to what I've gone over twice. So, it's been a long day for council, and so I'm just going to kind of go through there. I also have some maps and such pulled up. So we're going to kind of be looking at some of the facility a little bit, or the amendment a little bit closer. So I'm really just going to kind of go through the things I've already done in my introduction. For instance, like the approved facility, I'm just going to skip it. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, council members. And then, so we're going to, those first two, I'm going to just like breeze past them, and then we're going to get in, we're just going to get into the meat, because there's some really interesting things here today. And I'm kind of excited to talk about them. So, this, again, we just really want to highlight, we're in the middle of the process. Okay. We're not at a final decision. It will come, but there's more steps, and notice will happen at those steps. Okay. There's an approved facility. It's a transmission line with related or supporting facilities, including roads. The scope of council's review, we're looking at adding areas to the site boundary. and the amount of or bond or letter of credit. Now, there was, comments raised about whether or not we can comment on site certificate conditions, and and that whether that would be trigger another, aspect of the scope of review. And it's kind of, yes, if there's modifications to conditions, if it's in the DPO, you can comment on it. That's what the comment period is intended for. And then if such, then that other part of the scope of review would apply to those condition changes. So this is, but generally, really, when we're looking at the council standard, fish and wildlife, soil protection, we're like, does these areas meet that standard? Okay, we've talked about RFA 1. We're adding 3 routes, which together is about 8.8 miles. And then we're adding about 46 miles of new roads. What I really want to emphasize here is that Idaho Power is adding these as alternatives, but it does not mean that all of these are going to be built out. It's kind of one or the other, right? Idaho Power is not representing that they're going to build 2 transmission line routes in one area. It's one or the other, which kind of aligns and makes sense with whether or not we're asking ourselves, well, does that one route comply with, say, protected areas and a visual impact? We're just looking at the visual impact from, that route or this one. So these are, even though it is functionally additive, the actual impacts it's just giving Idaho Power more options for flexibility for final design, engineering needs, and landowner preferences. So it just really want to reiterate that it's not all going to be built out. And then there's also amendments to the site certificate. We're going to talk about conditions. We've already gone through this slide. Okay, what is this? We can't even see this here in the room. It's too small on my screen. This is basically a summary kind of per county of the roads and routes. I've talked to council about this. We're familiar with this slide, right? So this is the length of an alternative and the corresponding, additional mileage if that alternative was being built instead of the area in the approved route. Okay, so this is the True Blue Gulch alternative. And then lastly, we have the Durbin Quarry. Okay. Now here, and again, it's not quite as helpful when we don't have a big screen. Folks on the webinar can probably see this, but I just kind of wanted to, I talk about roads, right? Like, so the gray area is what was previously approved, right? And we're adding on all, adding on all of these squigglies. Squigglies are the little roads, but you can see here, like this little hump, that was a previously approved road, right? And now we have this little road here. So this little road in the gray area, that was actually a previously approved road. What is triggering this amendment is this tiny little circle that pops out of the previously approved gray area. On the maps, they're just showing the whole road it's associated with, so you have some kind of context. So it is a little bit, it does get kind of confusing. I'm just going to highlight, since we're kind of looking at this, one of the Stop B2H comments was about confusion with maps and not being able to see all the roads. Now it's difficult because you don't want to illustrate in the shaded area all of the road squigglies that were previously approved, because then it makes it really hard to see what they're adding on. So it is a little bit, it is difficult. I do understand the tendency to want to show everything, but for the sake of the clarity for the amendment, the certificate holder really focused on the areas that are being added to the site boundary associated with like a previously approved road or like an entirely new road. So anyhow, like, for instance, here's a little teeny part that in the previously approved, and then there's just this little bump out that went outside of the site boundary that really is like under review right now. And move. There we go. Okay. So we've looked at this since our record closed. We're here reviewing the DPO and comments. Next step, proposed order. Basically, kind of like mirrors this that chevron. Okay, and now is where I'm going to now is where let's get wild. Okay, I'm gonna stop this. Okay. And so this is where, because that was the beginning of me kind of marching through the standards. So now I'm going to pull up. That's what I want, I think. Okay. All right. So council members, you know, online and in the room, do you, since this is kind of, I'm projecting this, so folks on the webinar should be able to see this. But does council members have their like PDF open on your computer? It may, okay, all right. It's because this way you'll be able, because I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to read through everything, right? Okay, we're trying to just move, but council can kind of like be going through. That said, if you want me to stop and read through everything, I can totally do that. Okay, so again, we're just going to follow this since this is kind of in a table format, and kind of outlines. We start with Stop B2H's comments on the FPA. Why am I Forest Practices Act? Sorry. But we also know that Ms. Gilbert provided, you know, significant comments on the Forest Practices Act. We also had a response from the certificate holder on the applicability of the forest practice, or no, it was a response from me clarifying what we had said in the final order about the Forest Practices Act. I'm just going to take a minute and I'm going to show council what we said. What did we say? Now we're going back in time because we love doing that. Okay. And so this is what the final order said. Now I'm just pulling this up on my screen here. All right. So originally, in one of these more obscure exhibits in the application, the certificate, well, then applicant requested council, you know, find compliance with this exemption in the Forest Practices Act, or like grant this exemption. So it kind of was buried in the application. And so, and so we kind of summarize what the Forest Practices Act has in the final order. And we say the requirements of the FPA, Forest Practices Act, include providing notification, submitting a permit for power-driven machinery, submittal of and obtaining a approval of a plan of alternate practice if the use would not meet reforestation requirements. And so that's just kind of a list summary. So now the final order, if you were to go through and look at Forest Practices Act, we talk about it in the final order, and it's more in the context of like the applicant talking about things that they will do, right? So and so there is one aspect of one of the land use conditions that says, and roads will be in forested areas will be maintained consistent with the Forest Practices Act. So that is in one of your site certificate conditions, but functionally in the final order, council did not assert jurisdiction under and finding compliance with the Forest Practices Act, but the certificate holder nonetheless needs to comply for the applicable provisions of the FPA. So this is just a little blurb, like, we reference and we talk about it under land use and public services. The context of public services was related to fire in those areas. But basically, council does not assert jurisdiction of the FPA and refers the applicant to submit its request for exemption directly to ODF, the Oregon Department of Forestry. And so here, down here in this footnote, making you, everybody get real squinty here. Okay. As detailed in this order, the applicant recommends and council adopts various conditions related to compliance with FPA. So related to compliance with the requirements would minimize potential impacts underneath applicable council standards, but council imposing such conditions is not intended to assume enforcement authority over those requirements, but rather council finds compliance with FPA would reduce potential impacts underneath public services, or it says protected areas, but in land use. So another example of this is council has conditions that say, and the certificate holder will build and construct and operate the transmission line consistent with NERC standards. Right, right, and it's a well, some of that comes from council's mandatory conditions, but there's also these representations from the certificate holder that says, hey, we're going to maintain this standard. Council doesn't have, you're not saying, well, we are going to go out and we're going to enforce NERC standards, but it's more of a representation. So that's kind of aligning here. So now I'm going to go back to those, the certificate holders' responses and the comments. So that said, because we know that there was a lot said about Forest Practices Act, the certificate holder, which also they kind of reroute, which we hadn't really raised, that we specifically address in the second amended project order, FPA requirements, and which that's the document that says, hey, these are the applicable rules to your facility, and there we kind of reroute them and direct them to ODF as well. So that said, I'm not going to go through these. Now, Idaho Power gives more, you know, they kind of entertain and provide responses. Oh, I guess the one aspect of their response I do want to say, down here, okay, roads. Okay, so consistent with land use condition 4, Idaho Power's coordinating with ODF to ensure that all project-related roads and forest lands will be constructed and upgraded consistent with the FPA. It includes this plan for alternate practice, and we'll finalize the plan. And so they're working on it, and they're working with ODF and W on that. Council member Devlin has a question, I think.
Just want to state for comments that were provided by that stuff. The comments that were provided by B2H, I frankly just assumed, you know, that, how would I say it? As the Energy Facility Siting Council, there are going to be a lot of things, like the Forest Practices Act, where the applicant is going to have to comply with, if they become under that act, if they take any action that's under that act, they're going to have to comply with state law in that case. If they have to have any fill and removal permits, they're going to have to go to DSL and get those. They're going to have to transport a lot of materials to build this. So they're going to have to comply with all ODOT requirements. And you could probably just develop a very long list of these. And it wouldn't be something that we would have actually in the order. It would just be assumed, and I think expected, that an applicant would comply with all other applicable requirements. And it could be a very long laundry list, to be quite honest. Of course, you're going to apply all OSHA requirements for all of your workers. So
that's a very good comment, Council Member Devlin. And I know that you weren't here for the final decision on the application, so you're probably relatively new to the project. But that is kind of the intent of the council's consolidated review. So it's interesting that you mentioned removal fill. The removal fill permit is actually under council's jurisdiction. So council actually did make a decision on the removal fill permit. But it's interesting because it's like, it's whether or not a permit is ministerial, is one of kind of like those thresholds on whether or not it would be appropriate to be under council's jurisdiction. It kind of is up to what the applicant proposes, right? Because, you know, it's like applicants can somewhat opt for the consolidated review or go seek out their permits elsewhere. However, ODOT is an external permit that they would nonetheless need to comply with and get their permits from ODOT, comply with OSHA standards, et cetera. Yes. There's probably a long list. Yes. Yeah. So that said, I'm not going to go over any more of the Forest Practices Act comments or responses. And these are, I would say, stop B2H. They do identify Ms. Gilbert's comments in here too. However, I think that there's overlap in those, and the response I just provided about the FPA would apply to stop B2H and to Ms. Gilbert's comments. Is council comfortable with that? Because there's I think that gets us to page 8 of their responses. Please do. Councilmember Bear.
So we've received these comments, and in the proposed order, is there a subsection where you respond to comments, or is it in the background section where we can at least provide the language you just provided about not having jurisdiction over the forest under the Forest Practices Act, just to be crystal clear and not give an opening for a contested case by us not being responsive? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's one. To the proposed order, we attach all the DPO comments and responses, so they're attached to the proposed order. But that said, what we normally do is provide, and what we'll probably do is not, we could actually just provide this whole table in the document. That we'll probably generate and include in the front end of the document a boiled down version of this. And that's traditionally what we do. So and so commented, super summary, no changes made to the proposed order. And if there was a change to the proposed order, that table will route you there. And then in that section where there is a change, we'll also like footnote kind of explain what that change is. So, yeah.
I know we've seen that kind of reference in staff reports. I just didn't know if it showed up in the final order, and that's perfect. That
or in the proposed order.
Thank you.
And they'll be in track changes. So they'll be in red font. So it'll be easy to kind of scroll through, not only for council members, but the kind of the idea of the next task, and not to, jump ahead, but right. We talked a lot about, the opportunity to request a contested case, right? Like the idea is that you raise comments or issues on the draft proposed order. There's an opportunity for the certificate holder to respond, for council to respond, for us to respond. The proposed order is that response. We show what we did, and then if a individual who commented on the DPO and met all the criteria to proceed with a contested case request, then they're saying, well, this is still why my comment was not addressed, or right, like this is why, like there's still an outstanding issue that would necessitate litigating in a contested case.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. All right, so now we're going to move on to the Oregon Trail. These are comments raised by OCTA, the Oregon California Trails Association. So I think that these were provided to council a little bit more in advance than some of the other comments. I'm just going to, what I did here is kind of to guide our review is I highlighted, because it's interesting, OCTA kind of made a comment, but then like had a question. So, which is a little bit weird in the process of like, I'm answering your question, but it's weird with the process. So what I want to do here is I'm kind of focusing on what their question is and then pointing to where the certificate holder's answer was, even though there's more embedded information, which is generally associated with the location of where that answer is. So that's just what I was going to go over today. So, OCTA points out this one road segment, and then they're asking, have archaeological studies been conducted? And the certificate holder says, yes, in this area of the direct analysis area, right? So the site boundary have been complete, no new Oregon Trail segments identified. And then the report for the surveys have been completed through 2021. These are provided as RFA1, but they're also all of this documentation that they talk about related to cultural is also getting circulated through the Section 106 process, right? So it's going through, and just as a very high level summary of what council affirmed the position they would take with respect to historic, cultural, and archaeological resources, right? So generally speaking, under sub A of that standard, what council looks at are resources that are eligible or likely eligible to the National Register of Historic Places, or the NRHP, okay? Now, the outcome of the federal Section 106 process are determinations, yes, eligible, no, not eligible. And what council decided to do is to wait for the outcome of that. And when those determinations start coming out for all of these resources that are in these very long tables for council, those are going to be functionally trued up based on the Section 106 process. So that said, kind of going back to here, Idaho Power is out. They're doing surveys of new areas. These new areas we're seeing in RFA1. They're also, as they gain access to some properties, they're doing archaeological surveys on those properties that are associated with the approved route, but for pre-construction. So there's a lot of stuff going on out there, and it's, there's a lot of moving pieces, but the whole proposal is, and the, the kind of the important part, and I think I highlighted it down here, is that really kind of the phase 2 is once they gain access, like basically 100% of the site boundary will be surveyed. That information will go through Section 106. The determinations, eligibility determinations will come out of that, and they'll be provided to council. And then those eligibility determinations and, impacts and mitigation will be updated based on that. So this is the answer to Okta's, that first question, and a little bit of background reminder of what we did over in the final order under the cultural resources standard. As a lot, Councilmember Devlin. We're just a lot of information here. Okay, so Okta, another question. We suspect that the new roads in this area will not be visible from the, and they're referencing these map sets from, the area provided in this map set. Has this been verified? And so Idaho Power clarifies the, the maps where they think that we're looking at, which I could pull up these maps if council wanted to. And Idaho Power says the impacts associated with visibility were found to be similar than those were in the ASC. And they said that this analysis did not identify resources. Basically the new routes would not be, did not identify new resources that would be impacted. Okay. And then, so this is kind of on these maps, there's little Oregon Trail segments, right? That kind of like on pretty much all the map sets, the Oregon Trail is represented. There's a little dot. You can always see it through these map sets. And so this is like the primary map set. So if we were to go through it, you just follow the Oregon Trail. And so this assessment is the response. So what they're saying, due to existing forest cover, positioning of the project in the areas in question, it's not likely to be visible from the intact NRHP eligible portions of the Oregon Trail. So no new indirect, so no new visual impacts from, this is the UN002B, or so that's kind of like the coding for these proposed roads. So basically the vegetation, topography, would basically, screen visual impacts. So, and this is kind of they say the same thing for the other road segment associated with that map. Okay, going down here, we have another, this area, the Oregon National Historic Trail area in Clover Creek is not well documented. So it's the question that they have that's not a kind of like a real, anyways, kind of a not really a specific question with this Clover Creek, but Idaho Power's response is that, you know, to the best of their knowledge at this time, there's no previously recorded intact segments of the Oregon Trail that have been, you know, identified through this area. But they say no new cultural resources, including Oregon Trail segments, were identified in the vicinity of the Clover Creek area. So, that is the response to Octa's. Council have any questions? I'm going to move forward. Don't be afraid to stop me, but I'm just going to kind of go through this. Now I'm going to kind of pull in our council to council, Mr. Rowe over here. And I know I didn't prep you for this, so but you should have something in your back. But we had you're well a motion? No. Miss Gilbert raised this in her oral comments, and then Stop B2H also did this in their comments. It's this incorporating comments by reference, and Idaho Power provides their legal assessment of why that's inappropriate. But in general, right, like in the council's process, people are required to comment on the draft proposed order within the council's jurisdiction with specific specificity so that the council certificate holder and the department can respond. So just by doing a blanket reference of incorporation, you don't really know what we're looking at. I'm going to see if Mr. Rowe has anything he wants to add on this of a legal standard of how it is or is not appropriate to do so. But this also would make it very difficult for staff and council to figure out what it is we're doing. I would say Stop B2H and Miss Gilbert's references also like reached back and pulled in kind of like issues litigated in the contested case associated with the application for site certificate, which is just that's not what we're looking at here. So do you want to provide any additional insight on that?
I'll provide a little context as to why they're doing this. And I believe Ms. Gilbert mentioned it yesterday. This goes to the difference in a contested case between a limited party and a complete party. Okay, so if you are a limited party, you are allowed to participate in the contested case with regard to the issues that you raised on the record. So that means when you say the issue I raised is I don't think they comply with the Fish and Wildlife Standard because X, Y, and Z. And another party or a petitioner raised on the record, I don't think that they comply with your organizational expertise standard. When you get to the contested case, the way it works is, all right, party, you talked about Fish and Wildlife, you get to participate in the contested case with regard to that issue. So you can call witnesses, you can cross-examine the other party's witness, but you can't talk about organizational expertise because you didn't raise that issue on the record. Imagine in a case like, and this came up in B2H, where people said, I want to be able to participate in everything that everybody else brought up. That contested case already took 1.5 years, right? If each person that was a party to the case was allowed to participate in everybody else's issues, brief everybody else's issues, examine witnesses, it would have become even more unwieldy and unmanageable than it was. What they're doing here when they're saying, well, we incorporate what they said, they're trying to give themselves a right to participate in issues that other people raised. It's not necessary for resolution of that issue. If Susan Geer brought up and presented evidence, Susan Geer can argue that and present that evidence. It will get vetted, it will get analyzed and addressed. In my opinion, what this does is it makes the process more unwieldy because now you have everybody trying to weigh in on an issue that they didn't bring up themselves in the first place. So my argument would be, if we're presented with this, that incorporation by reference does not meet the council's standard of raising an issue with sufficient specificity. You've got to do the work yourself. You raise the issue and present what you think is the evidence to council, and then you get to participate in a contested case. You don't get to participate on everybody else's issue just by saying, I incorporate what they said.
So, if I may? I would recommend that we add language to that effect as part of our discussion, and I think the recent Supreme Court case on limited parties, I mean, it weighed into that, so there may be language we can cite there, just to make it clear to people that, no.
Yeah,
And it's not, we don't want to hear from you, but raise your issue with specificity.
that, and I think that's something that we can address in the contested case rulemaking. And at the point in time when we ever look at the rules outside of the contested case that talk about your obligations to speak with sufficient specificity, that incorporation by reference does not constitute that. For now, you have the right to interpret your own rules. They're your rules. And what I'm hearing from you is that you're interpreting your sufficient specificity rules to not include incorporations by reference.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, council members and council, to council for that conversation. Yeah, just to follow up with the full and limited party status. I mean, this was a issue in the contested case that was really, I would say, heavily litigated, right? The hearing officer established that limiting parties based on the issues properly raised was appropriate. And then that came back to council. There was written briefs on it. Council concurred that limiting parties was appropriate. And then this was also raised in petitions to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court agreed that limiting parties is appropriate on issues properly raised. So, you know, so I think where in the outside of this project to bring up this would be valuable, and what we can do in our front end of the proposed orders, we generally kind of talk about each of the steps, and I think that we can kind of footnote that as a position. We'll make a note that so we don't lose that. Okay, moving forward. Okay, we have more incorporating by reference. Okay. All right. So now here's some exciting stuff. All right. We got wildfire mitigation plan. There's kind of a lot of stuff. Ms. Gilbert raised issues with the wildfire mitigation plan. Stop B2H raised issues with the wildfire mitigation plan. So what I want to do here, and as I'm actually I'm going to walk council through the DPO section on what we said about the wildfire mitigation plan. So there was a couple things, and Idaho Power appropriately responds of kind of the confusion, right? She was saying the wildfire mitigation plan doesn't apply, like there's nothing that applies during construction. And it's like, well, you're right. The wildfire mitigation plan applies to a built operational facility. Council has the fire prevention and suppression plan. Excuse me, I don't have the public services condition off the top of my head right now, but that's the plan that addresses fire issues during construction. So we have a plan for construction, and then the wildfire mitigation plan is associated with operation. So I'm going to go to the section, and I'm just going to try to pull out highlights from it. But this is a little bit, it's kind of weird, right? Because wildfire associated with an operational transmission line was a heavily litigated case in the contested case. At the time that we were in the contested case and we had issued the draft proposed order, etc., council did not have your wildfire mitigation plan standard. I don't have I need to look it up in front of me, sorry. But you didn't have a wildfire mitigation standard. We had the couple places where wildfire lived was like an organizational expertise and public services. So through the contested case, because, and then also, so one, council, you didn't have your standard, but you were working on it. Two, the PUC was just getting their requirements for wildfire mitigation plan up and going, and utilities like Idaho Power were gearing up to comply with it. So there were a lot of things moving at the same time, but the outcome of the contested case was Idaho Power saying, yeah, here's our wildfire mitigation plan. We have to comply with it over here for PUC, and I'm completely paraphrasing here, but here it is. And so what we did then, because we didn't have your wildfire standard, is that we imposed the wildfire mitigation plan kind of requirements under public services. So that's kind of backstory from where we were. So technically, for the record, the 2022 wildfire mitigation plan was applicable to the approved facility. So just keep that in mind. It just lived under public services standard. Okay. All right. So I have technically this is, anyway, so I have the draft proposed order here. Okay, so I'm going to go up to councils, because council now, you are wildfire standard experts, because you've seen wildfire mitigation plans and modeling under several applications now. So don't you feel like experts? Okay, so we're just going to kind of go through. I'm just going to like very quickly, and I'm trying to make this bigger here. We're going to look at the rules. Okay, so under sub 1 of the standard, which what council's standard really wanted to contemplate, because council was aware that PUC is doing this over here for utilities, but council really wanted to capture wildfire mitigation plans for all of your other facilities that you look at. So that's kind of what the intent of 1 is. So 1 is, okay, applicants, or certificate holders, go out there and model what wildfire risk is. So baseline, seasonal, show me the areas heightened to wildfire risk, high fire consequence areas, give me your data sources for where you went here. And then the 1B, so the sub 1 of council standard is evaluate wildfire, and then as one part, and then the other part is, create a wildfire mitigation plan that, show me the areas, like what's your inspections, what's your vegetation management, what are your protocols, how are you going to address these things? Again, paraphrasing. So that's what 1 says. So of sub 2 in council standard, which this is pretty clear in the rulemaking record of council talking about, not wanting to create a standard that would potentially create 2 versions of wildfire mitigation plans and, dual compliance with the Oregon Public Utility Commission and their wildfire mitigation plans. So council contemplated the ability to rely on an approved Public Utility Commission wildfire mitigation plan. So an applicant or certificate holder wouldn't necessarily have to do all of that underneath 1. If there's a utility that's regulated by PUC and has to do the requirements for wildfire mitigation plans, that council may accept those plans. So this is the first time council has seen that. So this is kind of important, right? So, and really what it says, we could go pretty basic with this, right? Council, you could just say, all right, well, is it a utility regulated by PUC? Yes. Well, does it have a wildfire mitigation plan that's approved by PUC? Yes. You could be like, all right, this could be a 1-paragraph section. But I don't want it to be a 1-paragraph section, because we want to kind of look at this, right? And so certificate holder provided in responses to information requests, they kind of address some of our comments. But like we as staff also really kind of went into PUC's rules. So it's like we do a little bit of, even though the sub 2 says you don't have to do all the findings in 1, we kind of go over to really help line out that kind of the things that you may be concerned about or that you want to take out from that sub 1, they're present, they're here, right? And that your conditions, the conditions that we've recommended really kind of capture everything that was represented in that old public services condition, but then also kind of capture the intent, that of any items that council or members of the public would be concerned about. but that also aligns with the PUC. So, so I mean, so what we have, let's see here, so what we do here is like these bullets here. So it's kind of in support of our recommendation underneath the sub 2. These are the items that we're lining out, right? This are the things we talk about, right? We kind of talk about exactly what I just went over, our summary of like, how did we get here? In your final order on the ASC, we talk about the 2022 wildfire mitigation plan and the provisions in it. So those, you know, there are actually findings of fact that have not changed from what you've looked at before. And then so there's some more items like so I kind of give this lineup in between council's rulemaking, PUC's contested case, everything is kind of happening at once. Great. But the general gist is that, right? So in April 2022, OPUC, which is the Oregon Public Utility Commission, approved their 22 wildfire mitigation plan, but it meant on a condition that they had to do the supplement. So it was like a conditional approval. We're familiar with those. And then down here in August, PUC approved the supplement. So in between, so basically it's like kind of 2 approvals. So we have an approved, OPUC approved wildfire mitigation plan. Okay. I want to take a pause here. And it's really interesting. Well, one, it's interesting in the context of what we do because we're your staff and we write staff reports, etc. But the Oregon Public Utility Commission, like they have staff and they do staff reports. And so it's kind of fun going into somebody else and like reading their staff reports and being like, well, how do you do it? And you know, they read their rules and interpret them, and it's pretty exciting. But one of the things that staff, and again, just paraphrasing here, that they really reiterate and right, like what that we want to also, like what we were trying to contemplate here, is that wildfire mitigation plans this is new. They're intended to be adaptive. They're intended to evolve. It's not a one and done. This is everybody's kind of figuring out what to do. But the whole idea of the annual updates of the wildfire mitigation plans is to capture the changing landscape and changing needs and outreach and all of that. So we really want, I feel like their staff does a really good job of just really reiterating that's going to be how it is, maybe forever or for a while. And that's why it's interesting because, and this is also just one of those issues that I want to be responsive to Stop B2H, who participated in the docket for the 2022 wildfire mitigation plan at public PUC and in the 2023 docket wildfire mitigation plan for PUC. And it's just the nature of our process. At some point, you have to just put a pin in the documentation and move forward. So your DPO has a recommendation based on the approval of 2022, but as Stop B2H indicated, it just happened in June that PUC approved the 2023. So one of the things we could do in the proposed order is we could actually go in and add a footnote, and I can go to the base, you know, similar to what I've done here of going to the docket and footnoting where we pulled that information from, but we can update to contemplate like that a more updated one has happened. But I feel like what Stop B2H's comments were, and this kind of goes to the adaptive nature, is that PUC says, yeah, you're approved, but you know what? In 2024, we want to see these things. Right. And so it doesn't mean that it was a conditional approval or that it was deficient. It's to contemplate the adaptive nature of what these plans are supposed to be. And then I imagine in the 2024 plan that the certificate holder is going to go in and do those things that they said back in 2023. And then if approved, the approval for 2024 will probably say in 2025, we want to see this. So it's just, we want to just keep that in mind in response to these comments. It's not they are intended to be adaptive. So the DPO makes a summary of findings in the final order. we talk about methodologies, right? So the methodologies used in the Idaho Power's wildfire mitigation plan are the same methodologies used by very large other utilities. It's accepted practice. Whether we like it or not, this type of modeling is largely focused on impacts to their assets, right? As rate recovery and utilities, that's why it applies to utilities. That is generally a lot of what the modeling is targeted on. That said, for council's other facilities, the areas of heightened wildfire risk are areas of more concentrated infrastructure. And that goes to the inputs into these modeling, take into account topography, vegetation, climate, but it also takes into account infrastructure, residences, roads, transmission lines, et cetera. So,
This is Councilor Byer. I think one of the comments we heard was that these plans don't address risks to people and property. And I think we can say, oh, wait a minute, they do address this broader package of risk, not just risk to the facility. And I think we need to respond to that, but I think it's an easy response.
Absolutely. And I think once I'm done going through here, I can just quickly scroll through the certificate holder responses where they do actually note to that and provide I don't, they provide an attachment from Luttenberger. It was from, I don't know if it was direct testimony or what it was from the contested case, but where he says directly it is responsive to that. Yeah. So in this section, we will go, and this is part of what we'll do in the proposed orders. Like we weave in that extra support to be responsive, to provide that. Yeah. So, give me a second here. Let me find. Okay. So I go through an analysis of PUC's rules, risk analysis. Okay. So this is OAR 860-300-0030. It designates the information that must be provided in a wildfire mitigation plan. Importantly here, it does require that a utility model a wildfire risk within its service territory and then outside the service territory, but within the utilities right of way. Okay. So this is kind of right. So this is important. So, and also keep in mind that the transmission line is not on the landscape right now. But Idaho Power says like they did include B2H in its modeling. So, and now outside, but let's think about it. A right of way is what, a couple 100 feet, right? So then when you look into the methodologies, Idaho Power actually did, maybe I have a different place here, risk modeling steps. Okay. So here, so in the areas, so they modeled their entire service territory, which is generally right down in Idaho and then some in Malheur County. And then outside their service territory, which is what we're talking about here for B2H, they went, it was, so it was 1.24 mile buffer. So it's basically 0.62 miles on either side. That they include in the modeling outside their service territory. For a little bit of context or comparison, council's analysis area for wildfire is 0.5 mile. So, so there's that. And here's another different part of PUC's rules, kind of reiterate this area of what the areas that need to be modeled. So again, what does their staff do when they get a wildfire mitigation plan? Very similar to what we do. We look at it, and we look at our rules, and then we look over here, and we look over there. So this is something that will continually be looked at by their staff when reviewing and making recommendations to the commission for approval of a wildfire mitigation plan. Okay. So importantly, the certificate holder, very similar to what they said in the contested case and what was captured in previous conditions. They said, you know, B2H is included in the modeling. These were our buffers. These were our inputs. But more importantly, I mean, what do we care about? We care that those measures in the wildfire mitigation plan are going to apply to the whole project, regardless of service territory or not. And Idaho Power says, yes, it will. So then let's just kind of get, so it's, you know, paraphrasing, there's a lot of stuff in here. So this is, again, we're removing the public services condition. And, you know, and what did it say before? It said, you know, submit a wildfire mitigation plan. It has to cover the whole facility in each county. And then comply with the wildfire mitigation plan. It was a little bit confusing how it was worded. So actually I feel a little bit more comfortable with our new conditions underneath your actual standard. So, we're just going to look at our new conditions here, or recommended conditions rather. Is that it? Yes. Okay. So right. The important parts is that B2H is going to be included in a wildfire mitigation plan. And that in each of the counties. So we, council is saying that the OPUC approved WMP wildfire mitigation plan must evaluate fire related risk in each of the 5 counties, regardless of the service territory or ownership of the facility. And that the measures in the WMP would apply to the whole facility. And then we're saying prior to operation, give us the most recent wildfire mitigation plan, right? So let's say if we do approval, then, you know, say it's maybe 2 years or we're building out, there may be a gap there. So prior to operation, give us the most updated wildfire mitigation plan. And then when you're in operation, the wildfire mitigation plan condition 2 says, give us the most the most recent approved plan and a copy of the PUC approval. Now that, you know, that depending on when that is, you know, we may be a year behind, but we don't want something that is currently being reviewed. We want the last thing that the commission approved.
Cindy Condon. Thank you. So I just want to, so the PUC requires submission annually and approves annually in June or July timeframe. Are we requiring every year? I thought we were requiring site certificate holders covered by our wildfire mitigation standard to submit annually.
This is submitting annually on an annual basis in the annual report, the most recent PUC approved WMP and the PUC approval.
I thought I heard you say something different.
No, yeah, sorry.
That is what I thought
Okay.
we were going to do.
Yeah.
So, and just this is something I'm concerned about with I certainly respect the PUC's authority and approval of plans, and hopefully they're getting more and more experience. But this is our rule, and I would hope that we would also be reading those plans and making our own determination, because we will have, I believe, applicants who are not covered by the PUC that we will be responsible for, not investor-owned utilities. And that the more experience we have reading and understanding those plans, the better we'll be prepared. I guess that's one of my thoughts. And just secondly, this refers to prior to operation. So during construction, is there a wildfire under this standard as it's written here, or these conditions? Is construction, the period of construction dealt with, because there can be sparking from vehicles and that sort of thing? And are we considering that as an ignition source?
That's a good questions and comments. The wildfire mitigation plan applies to an operational facility. When you look at the provisions included in the plan, it is for a operational transmission line, the fire prevention and suppression plan underneath a different public services standard that council approved is what applies to sparking, construction, all the construction related fire risk activities.
So just to repeat, so I put it in my head. So we will continue to maintain the fire suppression under public services, but then once operational, we go to this.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. I totally, sorry, I forgot. One of the interesting things that we could, I don't know how you would capture it in here, just to keep in mind, you know, the department or council can participate in PUC's dockets. I don't know if this gets a little bit weird of state agencies participating in other state agencies process, but right, so we could do that. You don't really want to put a requirement for the department in a condition because that gets weird, but we could talk about, you know, as a policy or just internally what that may look like, you know, if we, for this project or if we get another similar project.
Just a follow up. And if my memory and understanding is correct, the word used here is may for us. And so if there were a circumstance that we didn't feel the wildfire mitigation plan that the PUC had approved was enough for us, since this is our standard, that we're not required to approve the PUC, but we can certainly do that as a matter of course, unless it doesn't meet all of our concerns and whatever, right?
Council could, yes, it is a may. So you could do an alternate plan. You just want to like, I get that it'd have to be pretty rigorous to not set up conflicting, you know, plans of how, you know, in certain circumstances, these are the safety procedures and protocols the certificate holder's going to deploy to address wildfire risk. And it's all kind of set up and related to modeling and notifications and climate triggers. And so you would just want to make sure that you aren't creating that it's, anyways, or like, is it just something that's missing and can they do like a supplement over here? But just being very mindful that everything in that PUC WMP is very interconnected and triggered and,
yes, and I'm just trying to think ahead to we're all learning. PUC is learning, we're learning, and the flexibility we have as well. So
absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe make this as a comment aside in the future. I do not know if we have actually internally right now, we have the expertise for a lot of different areas. But if we have the expertise to review wildfire plans, if the PUC is requiring this of everyone they regulate, which there are many they do not regulate, I am assuming that they are going to be hiring people that have this expertise because there is a degree of knowledge about this, and it might be more cost effective to continue to use the PUC, or if they're outside the PUC or we're not comfortable with the PUC, to use some entity outside this like we do for other things, rather than trying to gain the expertise in-house for something that may only be a sporadic requirement that we have. I mean,
I can address that. So for the record, Todd Cornett, when we did the rulemaking on the wildfire plan, that question came up. Do we have the staffing capacity and expertise to implement the standard? My response is we will, and that's either we rely upon the Public Utility Commission, you know, and do a reasonable evaluation and determine that they've done a good job. We do that with a lot of different requirements. We gain knowledge and expertise, and we will do that as we move forward, just as Councilmember Condon said, we're all learning on this. And the third is, you know, we had the agenda item last night where we, you know, requested the use of a consultant on the exhibit or, you know, the Exhibit S requirements. That would be the same thing. If we feel we work very, very hard to come up to speed and to be able to handle a lot of things, but we also know the limits of our knowledge and ability. And if we foresee that we are going to hit that or exceed that, we will seek additional expertise through our consultant to help us out.
Thank you, Councilmember Devlin and Secretary Cornett. Let me see if I just a little bit, since we're on the topic of consultants, I pulled up one of PUC's staff reports here. Okay, so yeah, so what what PUC and their staff does is that they employ, so staff evaluates the WMP, and then they have this Bureau Veritas North America, an independent evaluator that's selected through a competitive bidding process to serve as an expert witness to provide testimony and assist staff's overall analysis review of the plan. So and so this contractor provides recommendations to OPUC staff, and the staff sometimes is like, yeah, okay, and then sometimes they're like, that's a good recommendation. They disagree with them. So, but it is having those extra eyes. So just for context, through their process, they do also have an independent contractor specific to that, looking at that, and we retain the same ability to do so in our process. Okay, so now I'm just going to kind of go through. Thank you for that. I think that's probably going to be the longest section that we need to go through, but I just wanted to take the time with council because it's an important topic that also has a nexus with some of the other comments and responses. So so this is the injury. This is a part of their responses that loops around to the like testimony from the contested case that's included in these responses. Excuse me. I'm just going to slowly scroll through here and see if there's anything I want to pull out here. One of the things, as I mentioned, and I don't know if there were head nods or council wants us to do it. So in the proposed order, do you want us to weave in the more recent 2023 approval from PUC? Okay, they're nodding their heads. They're saying yes. Okay, all right, we will do that. Okay.
Just while Kellen's doing that, just as a reminder, we don't need to wait to the end for you to say, okay, and then here's our comments. It would be helpful to get those, and I know you already have already, but it'd be helpful to get those along the way. So the meeting's recorded, we're going to take minutes. So this helps us to capture those desires and interest and not just wait for, kind of the end of this. And then you have to remember, what were those things again that I wanted to see you guys do?
Sarah's making notes back there too. Yes, Councilmember Bear.
Along those lines, this is Councilmember Byer. The distinction between the public facilities and the wildfire mitigation plan, because I think the public will look at wildfire mitigation plan and think it's all inclusive. Whereas the public facilities does include the construction aspect, and I think the requirement to coordinate with the local fire districts. And so I think calling out that distinction and sometimes making things more than obvious, say it again, is probably important in this regard, because it seems like there's some confusion from the public. And again, sometimes the public reads what they want to read or ignores what they want to ignore, but being pretty obvious on this point that we are not forgetting about construction, and we've had those standards for a fairly long time, and now we have the wildfire mitigation. Thanks.
So for the record, Todd Cornett, can I propose what I heard you say as a comment so that I can articulate it? So, and I don't recall if within our fire safety standard, there's a good reference back to the public services standard in this particularly, but what I heard you say, without exactly saying it, is make a good reference between those two. Probably wouldn't take much, a couple of sentences and a reference to say all pre-construction fire safety is in public services standard, in this in this area. So if that's what you're interested in and we haven't already done that, we will do that.
Thank you.
Yep. Yep. Yep, agreed. Yeah, no, I think that that is valuable in the wildfire mitigation plan, consistent with how we frame amendments as we usually talk about any significant facts or changes or anything interesting, changes, conditions. But then a lot of times we just summarize conditions, just applicable conditions. And what I focus on are ones that are targeted towards like the operation. So I think that that is totally a valuable thing to include to help loop people back to, yeah. Okay, great.
Sorry. Oh, go ahead. No.
Are we still broadcasting? Are we running into this 40-minute limitation anymore?
Councilmember Devlin, I think the issue got resolved and we're not on a time limit. I did not make the announcement, but Nancy let me know that a little while back.
I
So,
was looking for an excuse.
and I think if
I appreciate about a 5-minute break.
council member is ready for a break, I will defer to council.
Just to
Go ahead and then we'll take a break after that.
very quickly, it might be good to have the opposite reference in the public services. So it cross back, just so people, if they're looking in one place. So thanks.
Okay, it's like 2:20. You want to take a 5-minute break to 2:25? Okay. You're on.
All right, for the record, Kellen Tardyweather, we're continuing on and moving forward. We're pivoting our original, if you go onto our project webpage and look at the PowerPoint slides, can we make that record blurb disappear? Thank you. You'll notice that our presentation today is deviating from the staff report on the webpage and the PDF PowerPoint. We're focusing our council's review of the draft proposed order to be focused on the comments received on the record of the draft proposed order for request for amendment 1, as well as the certificate holder and department or certificate holder responses. So we are just got out of wildfire. And now we're going to move into some of the other issues raised. Now it's interesting because both Ms. Gilbert and Stop B2H made a connection between wildfire and the bond amount. And I don't really know how appropriate that is under either, but it is, I'd imagine, or basically feel like their comments are trying to capture things that are happening, you know, on the landscape and in the news. To just be very clear, Pacificor is not a certificate holder here. So really council can't really consider the Pacificor. Anyways, it's not part of this to the extent that we understand the comments that somehow the wildfire risk associated with the transmission line would impact the bond amount that is retained to restore the site to a useful non-hazardous condition upon cessation of the operation of the facility. It's anyways, it's a little, doesn't really fit well. But I feel like those were those comments related to it. In our draft proposed order section, right? Asking council to see if the amount of the letter of credit or bond is adequate. The evaluation we do really kind of focuses on the principle that even though these are additive alternatives, they're not all going to be built out. So you aren't going to have an additional 10 miles of transmission line. If they built these routes instead of those, the ultimate increase would be 1.8 miles, which is a handful of towers, which is like 0.1% of the $140 million decommissioning fee. And we're basically saying that all of those previous assumptions and council findings done in the final order on the application and that were also litigated in the contested case is still sufficient in the scope of this amendment. Councilmember Devlin, did you have a comment? Yeah.
Only that I assumed that our ability to impose this requirement was based upon the facilities themselves in restoring the facilities, not on the underlying potential liabilities of any owner of the facilities broadly.
That's correct. That's correct. The bond in place is intended to contemplate abandonment of a facility on the landscape. Councilmember Condon did ask the certificate holder a clarification about applicable insurance policies that would be in place during construction and operation. Yes.
So for the record, whatever you just said, I would put in the discussion of financial assurance in your order, just to say about how the net change in the footprint of the facility is going to be very minor, does not justify any modification of the bond at this time. And a reminder, and we've talked a bit about this, that the council gets to reevaluate the bonds at a regular basis. So I think that would be responsive to these comments. And I think the applicant's insurance coverage is what it is, but we're really talking about decommissioning the facility.
And that the summary I provided is it's provided in there. You know, I think we could drop down and you know, and footnote, you know, double down, reiterate that it's about decommissioning the facility from the landscape. So you know, and that's, you know, this is just looking ahead and practically speaking, or FYI, you know, outside of the context of RFA 1, we do know, and we've indicated to the certificate holder that for RFA 2, because it is bigger and they're adding, you know, a facility component, don't want to cloud our brains with that, but we've indicated that we're going to open up that the cost estimate, we're going to relook at that. So, you know, just because it's a little bit, there's more going on than this. So, so just look ahead for that. Okay, we're moving forward. And then there's also the applicable conditions, which you've summarized. So we're just gonna move ahead, which talks about council's ability, right? The reporting that's going to be submitted to council. Council can ask for updates in at pretty much any time they want, and retains the ability to adjust the amount as they seem necessary or deem necessary. So that the bond amount. Okay, so noxious weeds. This is Miss Gilbert's. Okay, so and I think that this is kind of what Miss Gilbert wanted more time to comment on because of the revision to the conditions. So give me a second. I'm going to pull up this condition. Just kidding. Give me a second here. Okay, this is my, good. Look at me. So ready. Okay. This is the condition. So there's a lot of red line here because we struck out, got rid of it. So this is kind of a little bit of backstory that, you know, and a reason why you're seeing some of these red line condition changes is that, and particularly Sarah's taking the lead with it, Sarah Esterson at Odo, of working with Idaho Power on pre-construction compliance, right? And it's just kind of rolling in, you know, we're really just starting to like coordinate with reviewing agency on some plans aren't ready anyway. So, but Idaho Power submitted in our final order and attached to the final order, it was a draft vegetation management plan for compliance with this pre-construction condition. Idaho Power submitted a final vegetation management plan, and we looked at it and we're like, oh, there wasn't actually anything to finalize in here. That kind of came from Idaho Power in the application saying, yeah, and we'll finalize this, but really it doesn't, the provisions and the measures that are in the vegetation management plan apply to operation, and it's them saying, this is how we're going to manage vegetation in these certain areas. It really doesn't have to do with final facility design. Nothing really has to be trued up based on surveys. They're measures that are going to happen regardless of where the facility goes. So that's really what we saw, and we had it kind of wrong. It's an operational and maintenance plan, kind of as the name indicates, is vegetation maintenance. So that's, and what we had added to the plan is this kind of like this reviewing agency coordination process. But then when, Sarah's looking at it, she's like, there's nothing to finalize. We don't want to confuse agencies on sending them something that is basically done and there's not really anything to comment on. So this is one of those ones where it may seem very drastic. It actually really is for practical implementation of the plan. So none of the measures in the plan change. The plan still has to be done, but it really wasn't intended to apply to construction, just applies to operation. And there's really nothing to be finalized. So basically the condition says, conduct the work during operation and maintenance in compliance with the vegetation management plan. So, and I think Ms. Gilbert maybe conflated the noxious weed plan with the vegetation management plan. Now, the noxious weed plan does need to be finalized in coordination with counties and reviewing agencies as necessary. It does need to be finalized, but this vegetation management plan isn't the weed plan. So that is what I have to say in response to Ms. Gilbert's comments on that, to the extent that she was able to, have time to help us understand what the actual issue was. And then Idaho Power has their response, which I feel like kind of mirrors what mine is. Okay, so Mr. Williams, and thank you, Jim and Fuji Kriders, for getting his oral testimony over to us in writing so we could help make sure we had those resource ID numbers accurate. What it really sounds like, and for Mr. Williams' property, there's just a small, which I did want to, and I clarified to the certificate holder, because I think Mr. Stipple said on the record that Mr. Williams' property isn't implicated by RFA 1, and that was not correct. There is a small road segment on his property. However, that road segment isn't associated with the towers. It's not implicated, and these resources are implicated by the small road segment associated with RFA 1, and that these resources are largely associated with the ASC. That said, Idaho Power says, and it's part of their process, once the technical reports get circulated through section 106 and get kind of confirmed through there, that they would provide Mr. Williams the results of the surveys on the property. Okay, Glass Hill, let's say about this. Okay, so Glass Hill is an interesting resource. Glass Hill State Natural Area. Council was going through its protected areas rulemaking, kind of updating your protected area rule. When you got to the juncture of your final decision for B2H. At the time of your decision at B2H, Glass Hill was not a protected area with the rules that were in place. Now, Glass Hill is a protected area. So now the original route that you approved, portions of it went through Glass Hill, which is the protected area, which was okay at that point in time. Now it's a protected area. So it kind of, in the draft proposed order, we evaluate it. We talk about it as a protected area. But really there's no facility component. There's no road or route that crosses Glass Hill as part of RFA 1. Ms. Gear's comment, she ends her comment because also in the recreation section, we talk about how we disagree because of the conservation values and the conservation intent of Glass Hill, that it's not an important recreation resource. That said, in the recreation section, because it is a protected area, like all of the impacts get evaluated underneath protected area, like similar or more so than we would do in rec, because in protected areas, we review visual impacts, noise, and construction impacts. Well, there's also water too, but that's kind of a weird, obscure one. So all of those are evaluated under protected areas. So, but I think that that's where her comments about the use of Glass Hill come from. But I really wanted to note on her last, just to kind of, if Susan's listening, if Miss Gear's listening, that, and I kind of pulled it up here in our DPO, she makes this closing statement of, another 1.6 miles of roads would be detrimental. And I do want to clarify that I looked at it. It's the table in protected areas. It says the closest facility component, or the closest site boundary addition in RFA1 is 1.6 miles away, not not a road that's 1.6 miles long. In the map of me looking at it, and do I? Aha! There you are. So here we are. We got one of our little noodles, our road noodles, as I like to call them. Now, it's interesting here, right? So this is the previously approved route. And then see this shaded area, this road segment is actually all in the previously approved site boundary. This is the little tiny bump out. Anyhow, but this road segment, which is UN 236, is about 280 feet long, or this little road segment is. So, and this is 1.6 miles away. So I just want to make sure that Ms. Gear knows it's not a 1.6 mile long road that's like right next to Glass Hill. Okay. Okay. Move this, moving along, doing great. Everybody's doing great. Okay. Again, so, there's a little bit of blending with Ms. Gear's comments about, information from the already approved Morgan Lake alternative and information from the ASC. Okay. Allegations regarding piecemeal review. This is that part. Maybe I'm going to go over to Stop's comments. So one, and Stop, and, and reasonably so, right? Like, we're here getting ready to review the draft proposed order for roads and routes and RFA1, and the certificate holder, oh, there he is, just walked in the room, and then they submit RFA2 on us. So, like, really, it's hard. And so I don't blame Stop E2H for talking about the upcoming RFA2 as part of their comments for RFA1, but really it's not applicable to RFA1. So but so it does, but they are using that as the basis for the piecemeal review. So, and I think, as the certificate holder, Mr. Stipple, clarified, a lot of these changes are coming out from them actually gaining access to some properties and working with landowners, and also going out in the field and doing final design, and results of actual pre-construction surveys are necessitating moving the facility around. So, and it does make it seem confusing. And Idaho Power, wait, that would not be Glass Hill. That is the Williams property. I'm reading your comment, Jim. Okay, thank you. So, sorry, threw me off a little bit here, guys, or folks. Anyhow, this is the name. Yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'll get it back. I'll get it back. The piecemeal review. It's the nature of adding on additional areas to select in final construction. So really, the thing I want to reiterate, that hopefully Stop hears and that council understands, and other members of the public, that's applicable to RFA1, it'll be applicable to RFA2. Not everything is being built out. It is going to be one or the other, right? So, but we're adding on, so things are going to get real bloated And then they're going to shrink back down when Idaho Power actually cites the final design for the facility. So, and this is, you know, and it is it's a little bit difficult because the scope of what we're asking and what council's looking at really is on whether or not these little pieces meet a standard, you know, so it's just a little bit difficult because the tendency would be to look at the entire facility with that additional change. But that's just not that's reopening what we just looked at and fully vetted. And so there has to be some way to narrow just the impacts associated with these additions. So let me see. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, mapping. The mapping is, again, and I felt like I tried to touch on this in the beginning in my presentation. All right, say for instance, these guys, right here. So, and Mr. Kreider provided in their comments a map that's associated, that's taken from the EFSC as part of attachment B5, which had a higher level of detail of the road segments than in the application. There was exhibit C, which was a map set that showed you the route and the roads, kind of more like pulled out a little bit. And then attachment B5 was really targeted towards these road segments and showed in detail each of the road segments. And then what in RFA 1, they kind of combined the two. So their map set of the amendment also included those road segments rather than making them two map sets. So, but this is the difficult part. And I feel like that this is maybe what Mr. Kreider would want. And I feel like rightfully so. Wouldn't it be nice to see one place where all of the roads are that have been approved? But it's difficult because then for RFA 1, how do you pull out and highlight what we're looking at? It would make it very confusing. So, but I feel like that's the contention with the mapping. All of the mapping actually meets council's requirements of scale, designating, you know, land markings, waterways. We also have other maps that, for instance, this is the landowner map. So it's kind of depending on what question you're asking, what you're interested in. You know, this has like tax lots on it, different topography. So there's various mapping, but I think that, you know, the explanation or the response to the mapping issue is that this is done out of necessity to highlight the areas that are being added in RFA 1, and that to show also the small segment or the road segment that bump out is associated with the approved route. But really understanding that in that any of that shaded area that there's approved roads all through in there. Okay, helicopter use. Okay, all right. Okay, so this one is going to be interesting. So I'm going to pull this up. I may have my esteemed colleague sit here to see if she has any feedback. I'm going to pull in Miss Esterson on a couple of these because a couple of these edits came from certificate holder proposals, but also department recommended revisions. And as I've mentioned several times, Ms. Esterson's the one that really is leading the pre-construction efforts. And when you're looking at things of actually implementing a condition, you see things different. Like she's learning things, and we're trying to take it an opportunity to not lose the substance or the intent of a condition, but is there some way we can make it more implemented? So, and then, but with the helicopter use one, Basically Stop B2H is saying, you know, don't remove that 30-day advance notice to landowners about helicopter use. And then Ms. Esterson and I looked at it and we're like, oh yeah, I don't think we intended to take that out. Yes, we should leave that in. However, what Idaho Power says in their response, which I think that might be good for council to consider, because when you're actually on the ground going into construction, things happen pretty quickly. Idaho Power may not really know which areas they may be using helicopters 30 day, you know, I don't know the value of doing that advanced notice, because the actual knowing where they're going to use it is might be in a shorter time frame. So that so that in this, I'm going to pull up this last statement from Idaho Power. Idaho Power proposed these modifications to allow flexibility. If council would prefer to include a defined period for notice, Idaho Power proposes that a 3-day landowner notice is sufficient to preserve the flexibility of the construction process. This will create a more adaptable approach for the construction team to work with adjacent landowners on a schedule that is adaptable to the needs of everyone, including impacted landowners. For example, with a shorter notice period, Idaho Power may be able to accommodate landowner requests for modifications to scheduling helicopter activity. However, with a longer notice period, Idaho Power would not be able to make such accommodations. I'm going to pull up the condition on the in our amended site certificate, and I don't know if you want to add anything, but I think we're going to put this. Well, what do you want to do, council? Let me find the condition here.
Put something on the table. My expectation would be that in the construction of a transmission line, it would be availability of the materials when that was available, when the actual helicopters with the lift capability were available, what the weather conditions are that might, you wouldn't want to take a helicopter under load in weather conditions.
Yeah, yeah.
So knowing 30 days in advance what all those would be kind of extremely difficult, particularly with the route of this transmission line. So I think some flexibility is warranted.
I think Councilmember Devlin, those are good. I hadn't thought of those considerations, but that's a really good point. Oh, what, with what? 3? Oh, well, no, well, so what? Well, right now, yeah, oh, sorry. Yes, wait, what do we want? Are we recommending something? Well, so basically you have a proposal. So we removed the 30 days. And then Sarah and I were prepared to, you know, resend or like reverse that. And then Idaho Power in their responses provided this context that that Councilmember Devlin just kind of supplemented. So basically you have an applicant proposal of changing this to 3 days right now. So I would say that is what is, that's what we would change it to, or that's what we would like responsiveness on, please.
If I might get the applicant to nod or something, even though you'd only provide 3 days notice, I mean, it's going to be pretty obvious where the transmission line is actually under construction. And there'll probably be some notice to landowners in the area that construction is occurring, and it may involve the use of helicopters to transport materials. Would that be fairly accurate? And would be much in advance of the 3 days, but not giving them a specific notice of when. The applicant is nodding yes.
The only thing I would add is that a helicopter use plan is not something we typically deal with because helicopters aren't always used in construction, but this was a condition and a plan that was implemented by council based on the applicant representations, where you have a mandate to impose representations you believe and want to be binding. So all the representations about the timing and landowner notification were theirs that they proposed. We don't have standards that require landowner notification of activities. So that, in this space of making this more flexible, because every word in a condition is like on average a $10,000 word. So, we're looking for flexibility to minimize an impact where if we don't catch, they didn't notify him in 4 days, or they didn't notify him in 3 days, it was 4 days, and now we have a problem. Like, and what was the difference? And what was our real authority on the specificity of the timing in the first place? So anyway, I think we support everything that you've said.
Okay, we're moving. Okay.
3 days it is.
3 days
Yeah.
it is. Okay.
That's where I
Okay.
was-
All right. Okay. That's
just
what.
wanted to make sure you didn't need more than that. 3 days.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that's all right. Okay. Thank you. Well, we've made note of that moving forward. Okay. The contention, or issues raised of noise sensitive properties, such as hospitals, et cetera. And to me, this is out of the scope of RFA 1. We're not adding on who should receive notice. This is it's right now. Anyhow, so I think that Idaho Power's response to that is sufficient. This is out of the scope for what we're looking at for RFA 1. Okay, under the soil protection standard, so now, it's interesting. So just to be very clear here, Idaho Power categorized this under soil protection. I'm going to go over here to Stop's comments. And I'm going to go up here, because, and I think that this comment was actually underneath the heading of removal fill. So it's a little bit confusing. Now, it's correct that the certificate holder has to comply with other rules, which removal fill is in there, but then underneath this section, that's where they raise the soil protection condition. So this is appropriately under soil protection. It's a soil protection condition that they're commenting on and not removal fill. So I just wanted to clarify that discrepancy with these comments here. And I'm going to let Sarah, I'm going to pull up the condition and let Sarah explain the basis, which this is also explained in the draft proposed order. However, upon, your direction or just us reflecting in the proposed order, clearly if there's confusion, then this is one of those points where we would go in and provide more rationale for any changes, or just describing the authority and what Sarah's going to exercise or explain. I'm going to pull up the condition here. Take it away, Sarah.
So in council's prior approval of the site certificate, you imposed a condition requiring that the certificate holder obtain a 1200C National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit from DEQ, and then during construction that they comply with that permit, including the erosion sediment control plan. So in our review of RFA 1, which was a little easier to kind of look at issues, but they have identified highly erodible, whether it's wind or water potential soils in those site boundary additions areas. So we kind of took a hard look at this condition, and we felt like the way that it was written made it seem as if there is one and only one erosion sediment control plan, and that it didn't give the department the ability to require that that plan be updated if when we go on site inspections during construction, it isn't adequate, which we've actually experienced recently as developers kind of conflate, reasonably so, our authority under the DEQ's permit, for which we consistently ask council to rely upon under the soil protection standard. Anyway, well, I won't go into how complex that is, but so an erosion sediment control plan is finalized generally through the DEQ process, and it's updated constantly. That is the obligation of the entity that is running that permit. You're inspecting after rain events, you're identifying where erosion control materials aren't working or inadequate, and you're updating it, and those have to be reported to DEQ. So what we've done in these edits is say, well, it's not just one version of an ESCP. You're going to update it frequently. And if we go out there and tell you that it needs to be updated, we want you to listen to us, and we're going to give you 14 days unless we say, okay, fine, 30 days, because there's no rule that supports a time frame. SOP B2H believes that in the words in the condition where we say unless otherwise agreed to by the department, that gives the certificate holder the ability to not comply with the permit otherwise. That's not the case. We're saying if we go out there and say fix it, change it, you get 14 days unless we agree to a different time frame. Because again, we don't want to get in trouble if it's 15, not 14. And then he also Stop B2H kind of questioned our ability and expertise to even know what we're doing here. And I just want to highlight that for erosion issues and generally for construction inspections, we are using consultants that are geologists, and they're CECL certified. That stands for Certified Erosion Control Inspection Specialist. It's a requirement for the 1200C that is implementing the permit have that certification. We have a equivalent then doing the inspection for us, looking through the EFSC lens, not the DEQ lens. And that certification has to be renewed every 3 years. So it's not and Dwayne, our main compliance officer, actually has taken that training, but we don't intend to send just anybody out there to make the suggestion that they update that plan. Anyway, it's intended to be more stringent, not less stringent. And so we're not walking anything back and making sure we have the ability to run this permit the way we think we've always intended.
Thank you. Okay. And again, these are, I encourage, council to review, Idaho Power, the certificate holders' responses. In a lot of these circumstances, this is where, we're providing maybe more, a little bit different than what they're saying. We're not necessarily regurgitating something that they said. This is, our position on the matter as well, particularly when it comes from a revision that we recommended. So, I'm also, and so the next topic are the revisions to the blasting plan. So I'm going to pull up that condition in the site certificate, and then I'm going to have Sarah kind of go over those revisions as well.
Okay, so is it, what condition number is it? Condition Gen SPO4. Okay, so this is another condition council originally imposed in the original approval just in September. And it's a requirement to finalize based on this formal reviewing agency process we built in for some of these mitigation plans, a blasting plan. And so through pre-construction, what we're learning is the finalization of that includes elements that are not within council's jurisdiction, evaluating regulations that we don't ever evaluate in terms of the type of explosives that might be appropriate for a certain type of blasting, nor do any of our sister agencies. Even Dogami, it's the closest, but they don't. And so that is in the plan that council reviewed during the contested case and that we've had in the application the whole time, that's what we care about. So it will be updated, but it doesn't need to be it will be updated and finalized, but it doesn't need that would change, doesn't need to go through a review process by us and another agency through the EFSC process. So the only thing we've done here is remove that reviewing agency process.
Can you, so I believe, and we can pull up and read, but Stop B2H does make, take a position on the change of saying construction related blasting. So adding the word related blasting to the first line item of A would result in no longer requiring the developer to determine whether there would be a need for blasting prior to the start of construction. How is to
It
sub-
doesn't, I mean, it doesn't make sense. There's not site preparation that includes
Yeah,
blasting. Yeah.
okay, yeah, so. Okay. Okay, so, and then going back to what I would supplement more, because in Stop B2H's comments, there's also, which I do also want to note that, you know, going back to the original framework blasting plan also was another one of those applicant representations, right? That the Idaho Power said, yes, we may need to do this in some areas. If we do end up needing blasting, then here's a framework blasting plan, we'll finalize it. It didn't come about through council, one of council needing it to meet a council standard. So, and then through the the blasting plan and comments on the DPO and the contested case, there were elements that were added to the blasting plan, which kind of relate to potential impacts to wells. And there is another certificate holder representation that had to do with wells and springs. So, so it appears that Stop B2H is bringing up and taking issues with those. And I would say that's out of the scope of what we're talking about here. That's not that aspect of this condition. We're not removing that. It's not being taken out. So that's not kind of up for revision right now. Because it's not, you know, we're not recommending revising it, and it's not triggered or impacted by any of the changes associated with RFA 1. Okay, and then the certificate holder has additional responses. Right, so to Stop B2H. Lastly, Stop B2H brings up that notice was not proper. You know, our response is that we follow, we we obsess about noticing. We follow the council's rules and statutes when it comes to noticing. As Idaho Power points out here, I think that there's the reference they provided applies to contested case proceedings. So it's just not, it's not accurate. And I'm going to go way up into the very beginning, and we talked about this. I'm going to go way into the beginning of Stop B2H's comments, where they begin. And like we heard with a couple other people, where is it? It's also our request for a contested case. So I think that maybe, anyhow, we're kind of conflating some steps, just like, and members of the public listening, and, you know, reminders that, you know, it's a comment period on the DPO. Then we do this step, and we're going to go respond. We're going to issue another document. It's going to have red lines that reflect everything we've talked about today and everything that's on the record. And when we issue that document, it is a proposed order. There will be a notice of an opportunity to request a contested case. You know, and then there'll be criteria to address with that. So these comments, we're just commenting on a DPO. This is those were not your requests for a contested case. And so when we issue the proposed order, I certainly hope you take into consideration everything that's happened today and responses and what the proposed order says. So that, I think that is what I have to say about that. Does council, in your review of any of the DPO, of the staff report, did you want to bring up or talk about any other standards? Okay. Was there any, to your recollection, council members, were there any other issues raised in comments that we didn't talk about or capture somehow? Okay.
For the record, Todd Cornett. So Councilmember Devlin, before we started this agenda item, you'd raised the question, since you hadn't had a chance to review Idaho Power's responses yet. That was largely the sort of format that Kellen kind of brought up. She took the issues that were raised in other people's comments and then used Idaho Power's responses sort of in that format to provide that information to you. So with that in mind, I just want to sort of raise the question, are you satisfied that you've had a chance to look at all of the information, or do you feel like you need more time?
I think I'm reasonably satisfied. I mean, I would hope the council would be open if one of us came back in the next 3 or 4 days and said there was an issue. But I don't anticipate I will be one doing that. The only other question I would ask, since the chair has actually recused herself, and we only have 4 of us here, and there will only be 6 of us acting on this. I assume staff is going to make an effort to communicate with our 2 council members not present during this portion of the meeting to go through these comments and to see if they can see obviously the written, to just see if they have any additional comments that need to be addressed.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we will reach out to the other 2 council members and make sure and see if they have any other comments on the DPO as well.
For today, let me,
That is the last agenda item. I just want to thank council members that was a marathon session between the last 3 days, long travel, long issues, complicated issues. So just kudos for all your brain power in sticking with all of this. I know it's a lot.
well, and for all the staff work that's been done. It's been incredible staff work. Okay, with that, then the time is 3:10 p.m. and the July 17th through 19th, 2023 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council is now adjourned.